I've been waiting for so long for this day. This is the game that I've wanted to play for a long time now. I am a huge Ace Attorney fan. A massive Ace Attorney fan. I want to make sure my stream is up and running. Come on. Twitch is being buggy again. There we go. Everything is set into place. And making sure I need to get commands up and running. Oh well. Alright. I am so ready. Yeah. Alright. Special constants. Ooh. I think I'll save that for later. How do I go back? Z. Okay. Taylor. I don't know who Iris is. Alright. Herlock Sholmes. Let's take the first one. Dude, that looks fucking cool. Don't know about the rest. Accolades? Oh, these are just the achievements. Cool, that makes it easy. Let's ignore that for now and just go straight in. Alright, well, start from the beginning. I will be honest, I have seen the first case for this game, but I barely remember anything.
After opening its
I barely remember anything about it.
For cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation. The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling.
Okay.
It was a period of great change, and some was swept away by the tide.
Oh, was that so? Dun dun dun.
But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
And there's our pro tag, I think. I've seen the first case and then the part of the second case. Not very far into the second case. Can I turn up text speed? Subtitles on, text skip off. Wait. No, I want to wait as least as possible. I want to get full screen. Ah. Hold on while I fix that. Oh, all right. Good enough. Well, I can configure keys. Okay. Oh, fuck that. No, I want to figure things out on my own. Alright, I think we're figuring this out. I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. How could it be that just beyond the doors to this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate? What? Oh, no, nothing. Save your glares, murderer! Sorry. I didn't mean to kill them. They just happened to get in my way. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a second-year student at Imperial Yumei University. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself at the middle of a horrifying incident. And now, here I am, awaiting my trial. That's enough! Oh. He's not obliged to answer. Do I even do? I'm gonna forget all my voices. Fine. He's not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. And who are you? I'm this man's lawyer, and I'll be defending him today. Lawyer? I know who this character is. It doesn't fit at all. I don't care. Yes, and until the judge has given his verdict in the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So you will hold your tongue. Technicalities. Look at you, you haven't even graduated yet. And yet, I still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. Right, Ryunosuke? Oh yeah, of course, sorry. What are you apologizing for? Or what are you apologizing to me for? Oh, no, I suppose that wasn't my fault. Ryunosuke, you're such a little bitch. But really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. Kazuma? There you go again. Apologizing. I already forgot his voice. Just like always. But I'm not gonna do voices. My throat gets tired too fast. Though I must say, you've been all over the newspaper these past few days. Yumei University professor murdered in cold blood by a student. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? I can never murder someone. There's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head high. You mean... I believe you. I know you're innocent, Ryunosuke. Thanks, bro. Kazuma Asogi, my best friend, also second year at Yumei University. But he's far more clever than I am. A star student, in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive, considering he's still an undergraduate. It's not that impressive. The rare concept of a lawyer is only a few years old. Here in Japan, anyways. The qualifications don't mean much, yet. It's exactly the same thing 3 days ago. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma. Truly. 3 days ago. Yes, that's when all this started. All those days ago. Congratulations, Kazuma! Looks like you're going to get to study abroad at last. I know, and I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and successes in court. See, we are representing Japan as we immerse over the most sophisticated legal system in the world. Really happy for you, and proud as your friend. There's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple. I want to bring about change in our own legal system. That's why I've decided to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too. Then come with me. We'd have a wild time in the streets of Her Majesty's city and the city of London together. I guess, but I don't know. I want to go to London, but Japan's pretty cool. Wait, when does this game take place? I'm only with that simple. Oh dear, look at the time. Oh, get going. See you later. I think I'll enjoy this place a little longer. Good idea! After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. What were autoplays like? It was straight after that. That's when it happened. Okay. What's auto like? Asogi, may I have a word? Nah, I like the rest. Professor, I didn't know you were coming. Well, this case is personal significance to me. But never mind that for now. Asogi, you should go immediately to the judge's chambers. To His Excellency's chambers? Why? He was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense of this trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about the procedures today as a result. Who's this? Wait, who? Yeah, who are you? We've seen him at the university before. Are you the principal? I see. Now go at once then. I shall accompany you. Are you my Maya? Alright then, Ryunosuke. I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes, thanks, Kazuma. Oh, this is awkward. Who are you? If I may. Yes, sorry. You must be the defendant. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, that's right. My name is Yujin Mikotoba. I'm Professor of Forensic Medicine at the University. Ah, Professor Mikotoba. I heard that name before, Kazuma before. I'm used to having the pun names. I'm not seeing the puns here. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. Asogi has told me you are best friends, I understand. Indeed. That's something you should know. Oh, what? I heard. Asogi has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that permission will be revoked and never granted again. Bullshit. Bullshit. Fuck you. So I suspect you were unaware of this. I have a feeling Asogi may have chosen not to tell you. He's agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered. Fuck you. Fuck this system. This is why he wants to go to Britain, because they don't pull shit like this. I think. Wait. Okay, wait. Does this take place in 1800s Japan? Do I get to figure out who Jack the Ripper is? No. No. I wish it would go to that line. It's probably not going to. I think it would be fucking cool, because I love the Ripper. But I understand. Why would the government do such a thing? The administration has chosen from a large number of applicants overseas to study. It's very difficult to persuade them to get permission. Yeah, that was fair about circumstances. But I didn't do it. I swear it. I'm not a murderer. He just died. Officer, the gun just fell in my hand. I didn't mean to pull the trigger. I mean, I did pull the trigger. It just went off. I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial. Sorry. What do you mean? Is someone being bribed? You'll soon understand what proceeding gets underway. But then what should I do? Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. Right, so as soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. I do? But what will the question be? Surely not. Do you accept the accusation brought for you? Of course not. Defendant! Let's do this! Court's about to begin. Go at once. It seems our super... Oh, fuck. Surreptitious discussions are being cut short. So allow me to summarize. Kazuma Asogi must not defend Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Get moving! We have to do this! Uh-oh. This is it. The trial goes badly. Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad are over. And what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. Of murder! And so, with absolutely no idea what I'm doing, I go ahead. My one and only chance of proving my innocence. The trial that would decide my destiny. Huzzah! Alright. Alright. So this is a courtroom. Looks like Apollo. Looks more Apollo than Phoenix. The Supreme Court of Judicature. No. Hold on.
Judicature.
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 Judicature. Oh, it's British. No fucking wonder. All right. Judicature. Oh, no wonder although everything's misspelled. All right, misspelled. Spelled differently. Yeah. No court in the land has more power. I don't much like to look at the people sitting in this public gathering. I love these cinematic shots. This is fucking cool. Lots of military and other uniforms are in there. Power that be has demanded it be a secret trial. Secret trial? Sure, that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. What? But why? It'll become clear in time. For now, you need to concentrate, Ryunosuke. It's about to begin. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, wow. That's quite the beard he has. The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Ouchie. Prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Your Excellency. As the defense. Before we begin, there is one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for change of the advocate. That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Normal procedures for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to the trial. This is an unusual circumstance. I'm obliged to ask for final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? That's the question Professor meant. But then, if I say I do, I'll be defending myself. I need to answer this quickly. I answer I do. We're fucking doing this! Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I hope it's clear who will advocate for his defense. Yes! Yes! I have a little gray spot on my hand for some reason. What is this meeting of this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that I, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself. You'll be what? What are you playing at, Ryunosuke? Professor Mikoto told me everything. Just now before the trial. You did what? Say that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. It means that you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get you off? Not here. No, it's not really. I just don't want. Only off chance that things don't go well for me. I couldn't bear to be the reason that you. Yes, I knew that's how you feel. I just tell you. Professor Mikotoba shouldn't have stuck his nose in this. Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defense's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial. Oh, it's pain. Ouchie, I mean, I guess. Well, well, does that accused admit defeat already, renouncing his own counsel? Really?
Objection!
Ooh. Oh, that's him. Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows the defendant's innocence is so apparent he's confident he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruto-san? Oh, yes, exactly. That's what I meant. Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. In fact, my mind is completely blank. I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered. Can I borrow your katana? Premier University student be brought before the Supreme Court. You must have perpetrated a most heinous crime indeed. As you are no doubt aware, the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. Accordingly, the various high standards of conduct are expected of all present. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruto? Yes, Your Excellency! It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken. My competence? What does it mean? I'm really competent. It's questioning your ability to do the job. Well, can't be questioning it more than I am. So let's start with the very simplest of questions. Oh, yes! Kindly state before the name of the victim of this case. Well, of course, I killed him. Of course I would know. That's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I care to remember. But, wait. I'm so nervous I can't even remember that. What was it again? I want my court record. Rinosuke. Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank? You know me so well. All the relevant information in this case can be found in the court record. But I can't even find that. It's not on my 3 buttons. Simple. You can access the court record button by pressing E. If you ever find yourself forgetting something, just consult that. It's not working! Okay. Is this evidence? Okay. Takasuchi Ouchie. Johnny Wilson. Okay, well, I haven't met him yet. Oh, well, he must be the victim. Okay. Right. But I want to look at the victim was John H. Wilson and was British. It's how they were killed shortly after 2. A single bullet fired at close range, fatal hemorrhage from pectoral ballistic trauma, no exit when bullet did not pass through the body. Okay. Okay. He better not keep his excellency waiting any longer. It's John H. Wilson! Find out the people section of the court and press R to present. Yes! Yes! The victim's name was John H. Wilson. Well, at least I can remember the name of the esteemed member of your own university. Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England, invited to the Yume University 3 years ago. Indeed, which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. And as most of you will be aware, we've just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. Can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. Yet despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman is spilled at our soil. You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial Yume University, are you not? Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides you your education. Have you no honor? Ugh, I didn't even do it! This case is coming to under great scrutiny with our allies on the other side of the world. The country therefore wishes a speedy resolution to this matter. Huh. In other words, our federal government is scared of taking a policy record. Yep. You're a convenient, expendable scapegoat to escape blame for this crime. Well, that's why the show has unusual peculiarities, is it? Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Yes, Dr. Wilson is an Englishman. Or was. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. Fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. Oh dear, look at the time. I better be going. Alright, see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in the English class tomorrow then, partner. Okay. So what happened next? British Empire. Wow, it's incredible to think. Wait. Actually, I'm at a university. I'm sure he's the visiting professor. I don't know his name, but I should go say hello. Okay, how it's displayed on my screen, it's so weird, because like, it's practically full screen, but it's not, and it's annoying, and I hate it. Alright, so when I went over to the professor's table, Wilson. Now then, I'm going to pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. How did the professor of medicine, Dr. J.H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the cause of death. Cause of death. Well, obviously, that was, Inosuke. Yeah. Court. We got bullets. It says here there was a shot. Take that! The evidence that clearly shows the victim's cause of death is this badge! Because I'm a student, I knew the professor, so I knew how he died. It's a classic cause and effect relationship. Well, because it was a court record, of course. Slow down. Why did you pick that? Isn't there something more relevant looking? Well, now that you say that, I suppose pick the wrong piece of evidence again, and it won't be the mischievous you're called to death. But then I wanted to defend myself. Alright, yeah.
Yes!
Well, according to the document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma. Wait. Okay. I'm going to read you, so that's post-mortem report, I take it. Sorry, yes. That's right. The post-mortem report. In the West, the doctor dissects corpse to identify the cause of death as an autopsy. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. Oh, I see. So they're guessing? So this is called a photographic print of the scene. This is a so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime. Clearly, clearly distinct scorn marks from the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range. Okay. Thank you, counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence in the record. Shot from the front, the shows ultimately died. Photograph print. Well, that's something I've never seen before. It's clearly superior to a drawing, and the detail is incredible. Very well, I'm satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial. It's not as rigged as Quran. Certainly, Your Excellency. So, without further ado, in order to better apprise the court with the facts of this case, the prosecutor hereby calls for a witness who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened. Oh, this is it then. I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. Professor? You mean Dr. Mikotoba? Yes. Clearly you're the defense lawyer, did it not mean? Well, that doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant. Ah, of course. When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Sogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? Maybe, but any help you would give me greatly appreciated, Kazuma. Nah, I've been around the road. I've been around this a couple of times. The first piece of advice is rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control and cold sweats. Only rein that crazy headband and control that cold steers first. Fuck you, I want your katana. Sus. I do not trust anyone with gray and purple hair. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please. Of course, my name is Satoru Hosonaga. I'm the head waiter in the Western-style restaurant called La Carnival. Sir, you see, are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some blood. It's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me. Fun fact about coughing up blood. If you're doing it, it usually means you're about to die. Which really should. Everyone knows Capital's southeastern quarter was developed by foreign visitors some years ago. It's very fast food district now. Well, hotels the car never sees guests. A good called restaurants and occasional eatery 3 days ago. Understood. Osanaga-san. Will you kindly tell the court everything that you can tell of the incident? At once, sir. And no petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please. Oh, perspirating maybe, but aspiring. She's out at 2 p.m. Ooh, I like this. I could chillax to this. Okay, it was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We had a few diners at that time. Lunchtime rush is over, and there were only 3 tables still occupied. Yeah, I fit the too. Oh, less in that place. Cough, cough. It was when I was in the kitchen putting away crockery and cutlery. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried to the diner area to see what had happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair, and standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student.
Yes!
Yes! Hold on. Let me clarify something here. When I did pick up the gun I found lying on the floor beside the professor, I didn't shoot it.
Objection!
Objection! I believe I asked you for him for petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw. You amateur. Sadly, you're right, or he's right. It's never a good sign. Next time you interrupt in an inappropriate time, you will be penalized. Defendant Naruhodo. Don't worry, Rinosuke. You'll have your chance to fight back. For now, we must identify quietly. I did not sleep well last night, so it may not be a good time for me to be doing a mystery game. May I confirm 1 point, waiter? Did anyone time the victim with the gun in his hand was the same man we see here in the court today? Yes, without a question. I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim? No. There was no one else around that table but the deceased Englishman and the university student. Huh? Wait, what did he just say? There was no one else around that table. What's the matter, Ryunosuke? That's just not right. When I went over to Dr. Wilson and said hello, There is a woman sitting opposite of him on the table. Really? That's nothing the way you could have missed. I've been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do? No, let's interject.
Yes!
Just a moment, please. Fuck. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. Let me fix my headset. I really should learn to charge these beforehand, but no, I just have to be a little forgetful person. I wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting beside him at the same table.
Objection!
Ugh. Dear me, what are we going to do with you? If you're blatant disregard with the court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all? But I'm sure of what I saw. Honosaga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of the event is hazy? No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. I don't believe it. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please have a look if you'd like to. Oh, you just happened to make one? Let me see. A sketch of the established layout of the drum by yourself, I presume? That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of a business card. It was a trivial situation. Alright, as you can see, I don't have a question to you. Oh. You're clearly a very conscientious waiter. Thank you, sir. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well... Is there a problem? And the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. What was that about? Completely calm and collected until now. Something suddenly seemed to have shaken him. I want to look at his business card if that's possible. Does it say waiter and or assassin? So, the court has now heard a precise priestess of the case. Can I? Okay. I want to more turn this around. Oh yeah, he's better. Okay. Well, hang on. I wanna. Okay. Yes, and at the moment the gunshot was heard. Okay, that's not. The only close proximity to the victim of the trial. Indeed. I don't deny this. We're looking at a black and white case here. Huda. Yes, Your Excellency. If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court will willingly look mercifully upon you. In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. I call this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of this case. Wait, as an unsworn witness? Like, he's not under oath? Yeah, it's not given under oath. What the fuck? What do you mean he's not? He's not under oath. I don't give a shit about this. What do you mean? You just admitted he could totally be lying. But I must warn the defense if you're determined to pursue matters further in this trial. The prosecution has decisive evidence that from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime. What do you think I should do, Kazuma? Well, I'm innocent, so let's keep going. What do you mean? Well, I'm going to be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Would it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? You're a bitch, baby, little Ryunosuke. Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual, about these peculiarities. You said it, Professor Mikotopa said it, and so has the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of think what lies ahead if I push this. As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing to now throw that trust back in my face. Is that it? What? The accused is in fact innocent. Then the defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself? No, it's doing good yet. Okay. The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. And we'll just see how decisive this evidence really is. Indeed. Prosecution Ouchie. Please continue with the proceedings. Tisk. Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be. In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever. Prosecutor calls the next witness. Very well. Officer, bring forth the witnesses at once. Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court. We're doing two at once. Okay. Yes, sir. The great Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Ayesa Nosa. Reporting for duty. Myself, I found and employ a purveyor of foreign articles, antiquity, and effervescence of our nation, Nippon, and conduct my trade from Rasate, a humble premises of the 2nd District. Kiyurio Kurakata. Okay. Antiquary and a soldier. What an unusual pairing. Both these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day of the question. There must be diners at the other table the waiter mentioned. Myself, I habitually take tea at the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question, always post-noon, and not infrequently converse with interested parties regarding the curios of which I make my business. I can't understand a word this old man is saying. What the fuck? He talks too much. He's an antique dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular at La Carnival. He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and try to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets the Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele. Right, I see. Although, to be honest, that sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer. Now, you will witness the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct? Affirmative! Why's your hand behind your back? The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner with what can only be described as an act of war, sir! It was that black uniformed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearm, sir. This man is impossible to understand as the other one. No, I can understand him somewhat. He's just insane. I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said. But this is decisive evidence, and the prosecution it was threatening. Soldiers claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead. Yes. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Now, the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You will state everything you saw at the precise moment the incident occurred. Yes, sir! Okay, I heard it that time. Is that a baby? Like a sling? Oh, it's totally a baby. Alright. Standing by, ready for the report. Unsavory memories of a most acerbic afternoon. Alright, let's hear it. What the witnesses saw. I was ingesting a regulation beefsteak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine wine golden curio for the military gentleman. At the precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. Black uniform varsity cadet fired the English civilian, and from the back cowered the little weasel. I was on my hands and knees, investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio. Well, so you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed the vital moment. You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. That wicked university cadet, sir. The cruel and unforgivable enemy. I don't think you can bring that in with you. What times we live in, when English gentlemen may be assailed in the broad light of day. But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone. Is that really true, Ryunosuke? Yes, but all I did was pick up the gun I saw lying on the floor. After I said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and started drinking with some coffee. Then, when I finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant, when I noticed an Englishman made guns next to the chair where the professor was sitting. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it. So I bent down, and just as I was picking it up... Okay, so there were two guns. Well, if that's the truth, there was obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue of who the criminal was. There is? Ryunosuke, you must accept your right to cross-examine the witness. Cross-examine? Oh, God! Do it now! Kill them! Torture them so we can get the witness or the testimony we need. As we heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. Ah, bullshit! I want my right to cross-examination. Cross-examine. It's time to bring out this despicable student of justice! Yeah! I'm just so tired. Certainly, this testimony of the court has just heard to eliminate any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict of the trial. Yes! I agree wholeheartedly! What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst? I am the defense. Demands right to cross-examination. Dear me, dear me. Let me guess. The Hachimaki headband boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic. Huh? How did he know? No shit he know. Prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. Fuck you! No. That's not how this works. I get my right to cross-examinate. Defense obviously has no experience. How can he prosecute a cross-examination? Defense asserting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant. Cosmo is so commanding. Very well. Let the defense conduct cross-examination of the witnesses. Alright, this is where the battle really begins, Ryunosuke. But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. You gotta point and yell at them! Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witnesses' statements. How so? He didn't fire the gun, which means that the soldier has to be a lie. Well, yes, but it's just a case of proving it. And the key to doing that is evidence. Right, evidence. All you need to do is present some decisive spirit evidence and prove the witness is lying. Now let's go, Ryunosuke. Don't let them beat you. Alright, it's all or nothing. What a pathetic desk slam. When them witnesses saw. Okay. I can press. Okay. Let's see. I was ingesting a regulation beef steak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine gold curio to the gentleman. At the precise moment the firearm was discharged, I observed the action with my own eyes.
Yes!
I'm interested. So, you're saying that you actually saw me at that time? Affirmative! I saw you. Laughing and cackling like a matter you treated barely the gun of the English civilian. That's impossible. I only... Allow me to confirm just one point, please. What's that, Private? Thinking carefully about the statement you just made, it seems to me that it must have been just after you heard the gunshot that you looked over to the victim's table. So what if it was? Well, if that really is the case, it would mean that you didn't in fact shoot the precise moment when the killer actually fired the gun. Got your ass. Arg! And double arg! My sixth sense. Sorry? My sixth sense of danger. I picked up the waves of murderous energy radiating from your foul mind. Which means, a split second before you pulled the trigger, I was looking right at you, cadet. Surely that's not really possible, is it? You think I've gotten where I am today in the army if I couldn't sense danger in the air, son? Well, the scene of this soldier is absolutely convinced that he saw you do the deed. This is not good. Ooh, got an achievement. Black uniform varsity cadet fired on the civilian in the back. Okay.
Yes!
I'll press on this. So this black uniform university cadet. You're saying that was... Arrgh! I've just about enough of your sauce, cadet. Who else could see you in that black uniform? I mean, well, there's someone standing right next to me who fits the description as well, but... It was you, you little weasel. You'll know the firearm onto that man. From behind his back. There we go. There we go. In the course of a sin of the great Emperor Nippon, you disgust me. I would like... What is it? Rinosuke. I'm not quite sure. It's something that Sergeant just said, but I can't put my finger on it. Something's playing on my mind. Yep, he said back! He was shot in the chest! In that case, check back on the details of the evidence together in court. And if you find inconsistency there will be what you just said, then don't hold back. Present the evidence to the court. Thrust it in the witness's face and make him choke on it. No. No, we don't care. From the back. Gotcha. Alright. Shot from the front. This should work.
Yes!
Yes! Oh fuck, he actually did it. What? What are you playing at, cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination? Stressing some photographic print in my mustache. Inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes. There's a clear consistency here. What nonsense. What can this print probably tell us that we don't already know? Well, obviously. That, come on, I know what I want to say, but I have the words just won't come out of my mouth. Huh. I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom. Arrgh, it's so frustrating. Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It could be more plain. Spell it out would be an insult to the court. Dasma, what? What are you talking about? It apparent from the single glance of this photograph print presented by the defense that there is a clear discrepancy here with the surgeon's statement. What? Sergeant Iyasanosa. Yes, sir. What, sir? The statement you just made was this. The black uniform varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and then from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed the crime with my very own military grade eyes, sir. Yes! But no, that just can't be. Then why not, cadet? Because... Take a close look at the print. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound from the chest. Ah. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that was obviously a discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? What you doing to your child? What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back, but he pushed it down again. Just to clear discrepancy with the facts here. Yeah, I agree, Sergeant Nosa. Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Until the moment when I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were firmly fixed on the delicious Carnival steak, sir. What? Last so many quarters proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. The witness, Sergeant Oyesa Nosa, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all. Ugh, that's absurd. I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. Fucking showing him up, Kazuma. I love you. There's a complete turnaround in the mood of this trial, just from that one discrepancy. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about. But I definitely saw him. That university cadet. He was putting a firearm directly at the victim's back.
Yes!
Yes. But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up off the floor. And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either? Myself, I have already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, but what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Ah, clear. Alright, he's clear. No further questions, Your Honor. Treasure? Gee, the Hoi-era Koban, my prized coin. On each occasion when I visited that restaurant. It is my habitude to place in my bosom pocket a particular trinket of interest in my shop, the Razate. In the hope of meeting a rich diner who might like to buy it from you. On the day under such scrutiny, it was the military man that I proffered my Hoya treasure. Believed that he would purchase such a rare find. I did not. But I was presented with a little alternative. And then, after running my eyes for the briefest of moments, the ray was there no more. It simply vanished. The Koban vanished? Hunting around under the table, I was, in a case of mayhap, it had fallen there. And then it happened. You heard a gunshot, you mean? Indeed I did, but I heeded it not. I was only concerned with finding my absconded Hoe treasure. Nothing could distract me! Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end? No. I see. That lamentable day, the precious Hoe Koban was lost to me. No doubt, some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin for himself. As I'm sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report of the Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive. No matter how subservient a government must be towards the British, it would be unforgivable to declare a verdict in this trial right now. What is your position, Prosecutor Ouchi? Right now, Your Excellency, the defendant may have fled a tiger from the front gate, but he will find a wolf in the back. I didn't realize there'd be wolves. But we witness have further testimony to make. Explain. Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could have possibly committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. What? Bullshit. He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Ryunosuke's just done with this shit. Very well, the court invites the witness to testify again. You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear? As clear as Kuroko glass, Your Honor. Yes, sir. At once, sir. Awaiting to testify, sir. Excuse me, but there is something or someone peeking out over the shoulder, I think. Affirmative. The newest member of the Nosa family to rise up to the ranks, sir. Name, Aido. I don't know, sir. Aw, fuck off. What are their names? Satoru Sona. Okay. Ayesa. Ayesa no, sir. Yes, I know, sir. I don't know, sir. I don't know, sir. Kiryo Korekuta. He procures Korekuta. Satoru Hosonaga. That's the first one I've gotten so far. I don't know, sir. It would seem those straps are a sign of a sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny. Ido. Tension! Your father's about to quell the enemy. Watch and learn, boy. I feel like there's something against having a baby in court. Law. Even if what I wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged. It's almost the same thing. No, it's not. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man he was. A young lad in black. That much of myself I did see. Furthermore, the visual search of the premises at the time that we were the only personnel present. Indeed, alone he was the Englishman, and Johnny all by himself. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out.
Yes!
Yeah, okay. Hey, I didn't even get to read that. Wait, that's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all. Please, enough of these outbursts already. But there was a woman, a very young woman at the table. You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her.
Objection!
If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. You're not here to listen to your fantasies. Ugh. It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. Prosecutors have photographic evidence of this fact. Is this photograph printed at the scene of the crime council? Indeed. Of the table which the victim was dining, taken by investigator immediately after the incident, as you can plainly see, there is only one piece of place set. Certainly, based on the appearance of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude the victim was not in company of anyone else. Alright, that doesn't make any sense. Put all this photograph evidence to the record. Okay, I want to see the other picture. I don't understand. I need to see the other picture. Okay, well, he is on that side, so there goes that theory. I was gonna say, like, wait, that's Eaton. Can't tell. Wait. Okay, nothing's inherently wrong yet, but something's fucky with these photos. I can already tell. I just don't know what. I don't understand. What's going on here? It's not possible to know what else saw that woman. I waited from before said the same thing. He maintained that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. That's not true! I saw her. I swear that I saw a woman with him. Seeing that we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. Witness testimony we have just heard. Leave no further room for doubt. Fuck you! Right to cross-examine! These are very sensitive political times, as we all know. The ink is still fresh in the treaty with Great Britain. I think that I, Takasu Tsuchiyachi, have been contributing to the amenity of these two great empires is such an honor. How can this be happening? Judge ready to rule. Stand tall, Ryunosuke! It's not over yet! We have a right to cross-examine! What? If what you just said is true, then there's something going on here beneath the scenes. Behind the scenes. Now's your chance to expose it. To draw out the truth in your cross-examination. I don't know, Kazuma. Quit being such a little bitch, Rinosuke! Take it! The fence is entirely across the with us, but make it quick, understood? Rules can be so unbending at times. Okay. I didn't see anything necessarily wrong. Okay. Even what if I saw wasn't the precise moment of the firearm, which showed almost the same thing. That's not true, but I don't think this is the... I'll press it. Doesn't hurt. No. That's not the same thing at all. For a start, I didn't fire that gun. We have a difference of opinion on that. The opinion of a uniformed officer versus that of a fledgling cadet. I don't think so. Consider this, defendant. Just a moment ago, I blinked. Did you? I don't know what he did, but Yellow Kimono Man definitely did it. I mean, he's the prosecutor, so I don't know how likely that is. Did you see it? Did you see me blink? How could I? And yes, it's an undeniable fact that I did blink. Fuck you. There you have it. Have what? Tension! The sound of the firearm rang in my ears, and the very next moment, I saw you wave with a gun, the Englishman. I think that says it all, don't you? Grr. Yeah, it seals it, man. Well, let's not forget the antique seal of witness the accused of this most incriminating position as well. Isn't that so, Korokuta-san? We'll get to you. I have yet to get your ass on something, so pointing the gun at the foreman he was, the young lad in black, that much myself I did see. This is where I'm dubious. I don't... Yes! He was looking for his coin, but he said previously he never looked up looking for his coin. He said maybe Shiro was holding the gun at the point of the time. I didn't read that right, that's okay. But I've already told you it's only because I picked it up off the floor, much like you did with your shitty ass coin. Well, obviously that's the culprit, the only way you could have explained it away. I just finished drinking my coffee and I was about to leave the restaurant when I noticed the gun on the floor at Dr. Wilson's feet, so I picked it up. I'm not saying he is guilty, but he is an idiot. I wouldn't pick up the gun. Exactly at that moment. Bang. A gunshot rang in my ears. Full of events beyond our control, life is. Sorry? What do you mean? In your case, you found a pistol on the floor and picked it up, which precipitated this testing predicament. Whereas conversely, I failed to pick up the Koban from the floor and find it myself in an equally testing predicament as a result. Anyway, the fact remains. Myself, I did see you. With the pistol in hand, standing over the foreigner. Okay. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Thank you, Marvin.
Yes!
Bullshit, but fine. You must have known someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there!
Objection!
Fuck you. Fuck you, Ouchie! You have been at pains to point out time and time again, I feel I'm growing a callus in my ear. And yet, no one else has even caught a glimpse of this woman. Sadly, Rinosuke, I do have to agree with Ouchie here. You're outnumbered 4-1. If only there had been people dining there at the time, then someone else would have noticed her. Unfortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. Quiet time between lunch and dinner at any restaurant. I know, of course that place is almost empty. That's what you expect. Certainly, 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of time to eat. Just shaming me, I just ate. It's not 2 o'clock yet, but I could be eating at 2 o'clock. I'd like to eat at 2 o'clock. Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason. There was? This was found in the victim's jacket pocket. What was that, Counsel? A medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at a clinic prior to visiting the restaurant. Okay. The Hada Clinic. As it would seem that it appears to be an entry in the date in question. But what was it for? 19th November, noon to past 1. The very day of the incident. Okay. But what was it? What was wrong with him? I can use that. So the victim went for a late lunch to follow his appointment. This explanation could be more simple. Prosecutors felt the need to submit this evidence before, as it really has no bearing on the case. I wonder. What do you think, Reno's guy? Well, it's hard to see how it could be related, really. No! I want that evidence! Remember, you can request for it to be entered in the court record as evidence if you think it would be useful. Yes! Yes, we take everything.
Yes!
Yes! Come on! I want that evidence! I want the medical report to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency. On what grounds? Court has already heard a conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention that the victim's movements prior to the arrival of the restaurant are no concern.
Objection!
Debatable! Whether or not they are concerned is up to us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible avenues. I beg your pardon? You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for this initiative evidence. Very well. The court will be granted the defense request. Yeah, fuck you, Ouchie! Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's a most disturbing trend. Oh, fuck you, Ouchie. Conservative asshole. This is a right that I have to use, so you can't stop me from using it. Okay. Let me see here. It's a medical report found in the victim's pocket. That's all I get from this? Really? No, with Ouchie, this is worthless. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first. Right, I hear you, because I want to look at this medical report. You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you like, but it's the day after the festival's already. It's the day after the festival already for you. What? Perhaps you've forgotten that these witnesses' testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate for accused, Korakuta-san. Indeed, alone he was, an Englishman dining by himself. Never no one other than black uniform can get extra dispatch the Englishman over and out.
Yes!
I don't see anything. So you actually saw it with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone. That I did. Forgive me for the position I placed you in. I think I ate too much. I got a Subway footlong before this. I think, and with the lack of sleep, it's probably why I'm feeling this way. Ugh. I gotta crick. Everything in my body's going wrong right now. Alright, so the testimony of the old man, the soldier, and the waiter can all agree to that point. Isn't that interesting? And let us not forget the incontestable evidence that we have supported their statements as well. I don't know. There's a lot of, this is not proof. That one person could have just been eating dinner and the other one not. Clearly to be seen, there is only a single beef steak on the victim's table. I agree this is great for circumstantial evidence, especially because 3 people agree that someone wasn't there. No. Antiques dealer, the sergeant, and the waiter, who had testified before. It's not impossible that they're all lying. But if so, then why? If I'm perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea. Yeah, no, that's the problem. Why would they lie? Therefore, no one other than the black uniform cadet could have dispatched the Englishman over and out. Fuck.
Yes!
Why aren't you telling me the truth? What? What did you say, cadet? What the fuck did you say to me? I clearly remember. There was a woman sitting across the table from the professor. Perhaps one of you might not have noticed. But for both of you to have failed to see the professor's dining companion, it's just not possible. I don't know, Your Honor. These guys look really fucking suspicious. Whenever I bring this up, they just can't talk. Once for you, defendant Naruhodo, it's not just a case of these 2 witnesses alone. Sorry? The waiter, whose testimony in the court heard earlier, clearly stated the same thing. He also said the victim was not alone. Or was alone. That's right. Precisely. In other words, you are the sole proponent of this phantom lady. But it's such a woman deep in the scene, the prosecution demands to see proof. And if no such proof exists, the prosecution demands no further mention of this phantom woman to be made. It's a blatant waste of this court's time. There's nothing I can say to that. Tisha. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. You gleaned some new information now. Yeah, we got a medical report that has nothing on it. Changes nothing. I can't see it bring any real discrepancies to light. I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you had before. This? Yeah. Yes, that's a brand new piece of evidence. So perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. Can we? How exactly? Notice that some piece of evidence can bear a magnifying glass. These are the ones you may examine. Press space and you can take a closer look at the piece in question. Okay. Whoa. Are you telling me that I can, like, turn things around? Whoa. Okay. Alright, let's do this. It says how to clinic. A medical report card. Hey clinics, almost as much as I hate hospitals and surgeries. Aren't they all the same? When I was 5, I caught the only cold I've ever had in my life. Remember, even though I felt awful already, I had this hideous injection in my right arm. I'll never forget it. I'll never forget my whole life! Most people would give the right arm if they only had one pill in their whole life. Anyway, I don't think this clinic is worth trivial evidence like that. Keep looking for new clues. We don't want to miss anything. Looks like this medical report was first issued quite some time ago. It's probably a record of long-term treatment. That's why, with the family doctor I imagine. I can't imagine going to a doctor, I mean. As long as I'm alive, I'm never consulting one. Well, if you were dead, there'd be no point. So, you don't like doctors then? Why would you? Why would you? They make you drink horrible tasting medicine and give you painful injections. They demand lots of money from you for your privilege. And all when you're at your lowest ebb. You sound like a model patient. The bad case is stubbornness, no less. For which the only cure is a very bitter medicine indeed. Okay, let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. Ah, and there's one entry for the day a professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? It seems so. So just before the incident, he had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they used it for laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the left pain relief. Yes, I've heard of this anesthesia. Although it's hard to believe there is anything that can actually stop you from feeling pain. Ah, there's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink beside water for the next 3 hours post-procedure, until anesthetic effects have passed. Really? Sounds like information worth bearing in mind. Alright. But there's no information. The meaning of that one particular statement totally changes. So I think we listen to that testimony again, don't you? Definitely. Alright. Nope. Nope. There we go. No. I want to. Oh, get now. I just want to casually shove this in your face. I got one. Well, I think. What are you wittering, lad? Call yourself a lawyer. I wish I could. But first and foremost here, I'm the accused. Ryunosuke! Everyone stumbles on the roads occasionally. Under circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. I could see it quite clearly in the cross-examination you carried out. When you raised your hand straight up like that, so purposefully, you knew exactly what it was you wanted to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. Alright, and thanks for the advice. This man's a phony! This man's a liar! Korokuda-san, this is the medical report belonging to the victim. I see. And I don't see. What of it, boy? According to what is written on the report with your witness statement. Something clearly doesn't add up. Dear me. Have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur? Sorry, what? You are not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateur shrivel. But, let's see if I can explain in words what you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may have done before that time is completely irrelevant. Grr, but that's, remember, Ryunosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point. Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There's surely no need to prolong this trial further. The witness testimony in the court I've heard have been clear and concise. The medical report had no bearing on this matter at all. For a simple reason that there was no one else besides the pale-faced people who could have possibly perpetrated this crime. Oh, we got the desk slam! This medical report card has nothing to do with the case? I think you're fucking wrong. Do you really believe that? What? This outburst half petrified me, boy. Of course I believe it. How could I possibly be relevant? Perhaps because Hada Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic. A dental... What's that supposed to mean? Something to me? I don't have teeth. Perhaps if I told you the victim had just a tooth extracted? What's this now? And furthermore, if I told you that as a result the victim had been forbidden from eating? Just what are you trying to say, cadet? He had orders not to eat, so what? It's all written up here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours. Post-procedural anesthesia wears off. What? No, that can't. Korakutsu-san. What, boy? What? As you just heard, when he was killed, sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all. No. And additionally, there's more. You have assured the court that, with an unwavering self-confidence, the victim was dining alone. But that cannot be possible in this case. Because the victim, as we now know, just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of anesthetic. Expertly done, partner. Kick his ass, Ryunosuke! What is this nonsense, you little upstart? Those are baseless accusations. Just look at this photographic evidence. Clearly see a plate of food at the victim's table. Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic? How dare you? I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant's case have turned. Okay, Kazuma, sit down. We don't need your puns in this. Wouldn't you agree, Ryunosuke? Oh yes, most definitely. So having undergone general surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who in fact was eating at the pictured beef steak? The court will hear this opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, Consul. Counsel? Oh yeah, that's me. Alright, the answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of you turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Got it. So, person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been as an unknown third party. Obviously, it can only have been someone who was sitting at the professor's table. You will not let this go away, you. There was no such person.
Yes!
Yes! I agree with that statement. There was, because I saw her. When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yet we have evidence of a hat-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else that was eating. We have a strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witnesses' testimony are unreliable. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice to pursue a fair retrial. Relentlessly. Kazuma? Are you insane? You would take on the government? Don't worry, Counsel. I have no issue with you. What do you mean? I have an issue with them, the two witnesses on the stand. What? What are you talking about? We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So, if it now turns out you two were deliberately lied when giving your testimonies, obviously you will be charged with perjury. Perjury? And since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing. Complicit in the No! Hold it. No, negative. There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. I was just following orders. That's right, as the man says. Just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they told us. You dumbass! Oh. What? What did you just say, Karakuda-san? Oh, no. You were just following orders. Hold on, lad. I was, say you never saw the gentlewoman. Grr. When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with a lady from overseas? What?
Objection!
What? What is the meaning of all this? These witnesses gave false statements? Is this true, you pair? Just one simple slip of the tongue. Order! Counsel, explain what's going on here. It's painfully clear now. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth. Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this. Then who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouth shut? Well, that's classified. So you're prepared to be tried as conspirator to this murder, are you? You wouldn't. This can't be happening. Ryunosuke, I'm judging from the way they're reacting to this. I say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Ouchi has any idea about it. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there can only be a handful of possibilities. It can only have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Well, any ideas about who might be behind this? We can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses. We can continue our pursuit. Wait, hold on. I want to check something. Yeah, I can examine everything now. This is fucking cool. Hold on. My personal student number is greater than the back here. If you lose your PIN, they won't accept you as your student at the university. You may not come in, they say. Of course, you can get a new PIN made if you can just tell them your number. I actually lost mine twice already, but I still don't know my student number by heart. I always say to myself, I mustn't forget to write it down somewhere, then I forget not to forget that. Fun, okay. There's a couple things I want to look into. Specifically this. Oh, for fuck's sake. Police are in on it. Of course. The evidence before we can make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever was really did it wield his or her power here. But how? How can we possibly? Remember how we made progress before? Before? We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and we found a new clue as a result. Oh yes, that's right. Well, it's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? Yeah, we got good! Sorry. Well, we need to re-examine everything. We need to make sure there's nothing that we missed. I'm gonna unplug that for a bit. We need to re-examine. Yeah. There's no time to lose. I want answers. It's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated. I assure you the penalty will be severe. Please, wait. Your Excellency, I had no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god, I knew nothing. And what does the defense have to say about all this? Well, Your Excellency. Oh, no time to think. I'm just gonna have to close my eyes and shout from there the first thing that comes to my head. Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witnesses is Satoru Hosonaga.
Yes!
Well, surely that would be Satoru Hosonaga-san. Hosonaga-san? The waiter took the stand earlier?
Attention!
Poppycock! A possible reason why the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony. Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not possibly have that level of influence. For once, I would agree with you. If, that is, the man truly were a waiter. What? If he truly were. Come on, Ryunosuke. Time to hit this core with the truth. The truth about Satoru Hosanaga's real identity is proven by this evidence.
Yes!
I'm not sure what this is supposed to prove, Counsel. I think, Your Excellency, that what proves not the true nature of the waiter. The true nature of the accused. Sorry? Wait, what? Blackguard who would stoop to presenting irrelevant evidence to an innocent man. The true nature of this rookie. What? Try again. Go over all the evidence. For fuck's sake. Hold. Don't tell me. Well, that's unexpected. Look, do you see that it says the witness's name here? Satoru Hosonaga. Well, yes, but the business card doesn't show the person's name. It's not the name that's unexpected. It's his job title. His job? Oh! Chief Inspector. He's a high policeman. Alright, fuckers, let's try it again. Alrighty then. Let's try. Alright, Ryunosuke, time to hit the core with the truth. Alright, take a closer look! Oh. Take a closer look!
Yes!
The plan of the restaurant sketched by the question? Yes, I just showed this to you. I agree it shows a lot of attention to detail, but I'm not sure we can conclude anything. Sorry, Alexis, it's the back of the card. It's the back of the back of the card that's of interest. I beg your pardon? Or perhaps I should have said the front. Yes, it's the front of the back of the card. That's where it is. Somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say. This Naga-san sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. The front of that business card reveals this man in question's profession, his true profession. That way his profession. But that's surely good gracious! That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. What? The waitress is the police detective? I haven't heard you mention this before. Why haven't I heard this mentioned before? Sorry, just checking something. Okay. The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power, absolute power, as far as regular civilians are concerned. So, Witnesses there in the stand. Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention this foreign gentlewoman at the scene? Well... Hold it! Inspector Hosonaga? I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. Yeah, we were here for this. Yeah, hey, new! How's it going? I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over a business card. I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It is my guiding principle. You fucked up this time, then. But let me slip. That's good to hear. Mr. Cherry wanted me that sketch. No shit! Flawlessly a flawless inspection, huh? It was an unusually careless mistake. I'm on trial because of you! So you mean to say that you really are a detective? But why a detective be working at a restaurant waiter? Ah, of course. Your salary must be I was working undercover. Undercover? Yes. There have been a series of incidents at the restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter, working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind? What, they don't matter? That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to the case of homicide. Very well then, Inspector Hosonaga. But you will elaborate on one point for the court. Of course, Your Excellency. We have just heard new information from the two witnesses besides you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, clearly you would also have been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner. Therefore, I am led to assume that your professional capacity as a police officer require the witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? I guess, yeah. Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable! This is horseshit! Unless it's suspected. Good. Bang. Okay, but who's this woman? As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim at the table was a young lady, whom I guessed to be the Englishwoman. So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the Bureau. It was then that I received some special orders. Special orders, you mean to say, remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once. It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. Fuck you. But what if this Englishwoman was the killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. The Empire views with the friendly terms of its relation with the Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishwoman has been murdered on our soil, and to name an Englishwoman as the primary suspect, well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case. I'm a sacrificial pawn! One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Kazuma? UMA University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain. I'm fairly certain one of them, studying in the medical faculty's research laboratory, is a young Englishwoman. What? You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. You mean, when I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it was prudent to check her identity first. There's a woman at the college? High school. Well, college, yeah. College makes more sense. Yeah. Yeah, I know. It's 1800 and there's a woman at college. Fucking miracle. But it is actually, Japan was kind of worse. I don't know how, but this is Japan and Britain, not Jamaica. This is in the past. The court demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. The Englishwoman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss Giselle Brett. Giselle Brett. She is indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory of Yamei University's medical faculty. What? What is happening? Giselle Brett. I admit that under orders of the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence in the scene. I love how everyone there around Hosanaga's like high and cracked. Basically, yeah. I ignore these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimony. It must be up to your excellency to decide how to deal with the situation. Very well. My thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particular critical premise. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we now discover that this premise is false, it would be a discretion of our justice system to ignore its truth and give a ruling at this point. What the fuck is your argument gonna be, Ouchie? Your Excellency, this would mean missing the noon deadline by ruling for sending orders to telegraph report to Great Britain. Our own government will surely be very displeased by such actions. Calm yourself, Counsel. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom. Let's hear it for the judge! Inspector Hosanaga. Yes, sir. You will locate this Giselle Brett and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency. At once, Your Excellency. Fuck the international politics! Put that with me going against the special orders you were given by the police bureau. As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. So it won't be a problem. Oh god, he's dying. Nothing will get in my way. Oh, he's dead. Oh, he's dead. Court will be adjourned briefly. Prosecution must call the English student, Giselle Brett, to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear? Yes. Your Excellency! Someone sent that man to us. He's just coughing up blood. It's fine. You see it all the time in anime. They're fine. Good. Then we'll have a 30-minute recess before reconvening. Look, it's fine. It's okay. What's a little blood? You can just make more. Yes, please. Well, I want to... God, this case is longer than I thought it'd be. Alright. Supreme Court Judicature. Right. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. That was superb. My heart was in my mouth the entire time. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you there. You were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight. Before I knew it, you started finding inconsistencies with the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it. It's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't ever want to be inside of a courtroom again. Well, sucks to be you, but you got at least 9 more. Anyway, it looks like we've exposed your phantom lady at last. Miss Giselle Brett. Giselle Brett. A student from Great Britain, is she? That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start, but no! He was eating a steak alone with his fucking stupid tooth. Okay. Yeah, you missed part of the stream. Basically what happened is, I'm Ryunosuke Nabahura. That's not his, I'm messing with his last name. I was, framed for murder. My teacher, Dr. Wilson, was shot, and everyone around me was saying, that he was eating alone, and because the gunshot had to have happened with someone right next to him, I was the only suspect. And because of international politics with Japan and Britain, they hid the existence of the British woman who was there. And so now we've exposed the fact she's there. We're going into the next part of the trial. We're going to accuse her of murder. That's basically all you need to know. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along. Nice, you have, haven't you? I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I'm sure of. Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see anything of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself. Then, on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor. And just after I bent up and picked it up, I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me, looking white as a sheet, and he bundled me in some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. Fast thinking by the detective, he apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay. Yes, and because I was shot in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside the dining area. Ah, there you are. Well done, both of you. Is this the doctor? Ah, cool. Professor Mikatoba! Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. I thought you guys were dead on the first cross-examination. Yes, it seems you have planned this from the start. You arranged things so I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Our modern country is still in its infancy. Our justice system, even more so. Which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that may result in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes some difference. Lawyer or otherwise, I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend at the worst parts of his life. I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyways. What? What are you saying? So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma. Well then, it looks like it's all come down to you then, young man. To me? Yes, you need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. Come to think of it, he did say the same thing earlier to me this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Yes, I did. You're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UMA. And it was I who invited him. Oh, I see. I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain. Marvin does that every now and again. Marvin's a chill guy, he just likes sharing links. It's okay. Victim was a university professor of the Great Britain, and is a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. But let us not forget who we're going up against. Hold on. There we go. Let us not forget who we're going up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement in our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. But I have no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight to the last. Best of luck. Thank you. Now then. Oh yeah, new you. Can you help me with something? I've been trying to adjust my volume with game volume because I was going back on streams and sometimes they're unbalanced. How do I sound relative to the game? Do I sound fine? Can you hear me fine and hear the game fine? Preferably, I should be louder than the game. Okay, cool, thank you. Now then. I need you to run an errand to the university at once. There's something I need. I can hear the game, which is in fact quieter than you. Perfect. Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama. What about me? I'm the guy on trial! Defendant Naruhodo! Coward, recess is over. Please make your way inside the courtroom at once. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow. Before these old fossils know what hit them. Kazuma? What? Thank you. Really? What for? Well, if you hadn't said you believed in me, then I'm fairly sure I would have already been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer, and as a friend. Coming from you, that means a lot. Bro, makeout sesh? If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad because he's a fucking moron. Yeah, I get he's a true friend, but like, there's no reason for him to do that. This isn't just my battle anymore. And whoever we're up against, we can absolutely not afford to lose. Alrighty then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals that, like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street. With an extra large portion, of course. You're not gonna stiff out on me. Like, Lazzy, you got me a small? A small? That wasn't even a snack! Ugh. Let's do this. The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Ouchi, have you managed to subpoena the witness? Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under a rather painful scrutiny from the government. Subpoena? I'm sorry. Fine, it's subpoena. Fucking... Did you manage to subpoena the witness? Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. Let the government scrutinize. That is their job. It's nothing to worry about. Upon another witness. Fair enough. It's highly likely that the good relations we're forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Oh, it's highly unlikely. Will you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new tree breaks down and our nation flounders? Again, terribly sorry, but I don't want to die in prison. If the friendship between nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. You really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke. What do you mean? A secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. And this is what our nation's justice system is? This is the Supreme Court of Japan or of England? Shut up! Shut up, you rookie boy! Fuck you! You and your friend do nothing! I've been here for years! Nothing of the situation our nation finds ourselves in. How dare you? By aligning ourselves with a great world power, we'll become strong! Diplomacy has never been more critical! Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures! I'm peeking my mic a bit. I won't deny that I'm no expert, I'm just a student. And one who could arguably study harder too. But standing here right now at the Supreme Court, there is one thing I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Fuck yeah, get him! Well said, Ryunosuke, despite the wide-eyed look of terror. You little brats! Thank you, Counsel. This court is now the pinnacle of our nation's justice system, and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will resume when the next witness takes the stand. Inosuke is just losing his shit, yeah. Well, to be fair, he is forced to defend himself with very little lawyering experience. Alright. Visiting Super Great Britain, Mr. Zone. Yes. Your Excellency! Like... You're the villain. You're the villain. She's wearing a dead animal on her head. She's the villain. Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan from such a distant land. Yeah, no, the music so far has been really good. I like it. Tea! Someone bring English tea! In England, there's no Scotch types without tea, you racist fucks! Is that true? No idea. So, can we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court? Of course. My name is Satoru Osanoga. I have been working undercover as the head waiter of the La Carbonell. Am I true? Yeah, we get you all. We don't give a shit about you. We're looking at the Inspector Hosonaga. Where are your manners? In England, the ladies always go first. Is that true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today you said something to me. You said that your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of. Oh yes, I think I did, didn't I? Your description of this amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, Inosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. Guilty. Yeah, you couldn't have mentioned the fucking swan? So, dear lady, once again, may I please trouble you for name and occupation? She's a ghost. Oh, that's just illegible. Is that how the British? That's the way she speaks. I don't know how the fuck. She speaks like the most cursive font on Google Docs. Let's really try it, but what? I mean, it makes sense. Like, she's a transfer student. She can't speak the Japanese English language. The lady says her name was Giselle Brett. She comes from London, England. She's visiting research student, currently enrolled in UMA University's medical facility. Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the
Dulcet.
Gotcha. Dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was beautiful as a hummingbird's song. As far as I can tell, the detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. You obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. Her English doesn't rile you at all, does it? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Ryunosuke. I'm pretty sure this woman can speak Japanese. She wouldn't have studied abroad if she couldn't speak Japanese. Court thanks this beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm you something, Miss Brett. Okay, well, never mind. 3 days ago, at the restaurant called La Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at that time. Is that correct? I mean, I don't even know how to bother saying that. She says, yes. This could take some time. Even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese? She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She said she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Interesting, when you're the one who engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the Bureau. Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind to cast your eyes upon this photographic print? Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could you be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of a wicked perpetrator, perhaps? There's no point using big words, she won't understand them. Apparently it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight. Do you mean to say, yes, it would appear that the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused, standing right there in this very courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood! Could have, I don't know, this seems a little sus. Order in the court. Did you hear that, Your Excellency? She said it! He said it, he's a phony! Get him! You give an absolutely conclusive witness statement. I mean, this is the 4th time you've said this. And the other 3 times weren't so hot for you. Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. The entire British army. We're gonna take him out by sea. Fortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. Yeah, no, this judge looks fucking awesome. Alright, well, let's do this. Objection! I can't read this! I had already arranged for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor wasn't able to eat, so I ordered myself only a beef steak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. Then, not long after, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. She had to dramatically pose while she accuses me. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. Alright, I have some questions. That is condemning testimony indeed. Well, I don't agree. No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all. Quiet, you filthy wretch. Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard. And look at the Snow White Angel. I'm sure not even the dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court is going to believe. Leading? Unnecessary insults? You're still making the same mistakes, Ryunosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. It's a lesson you need to learn. But he's so annoying. Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the 2 witnesses who testified before and reported back to the Bureau. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. The testimony of the last 2 witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so. On the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. As you can see, there's nowhere about a person where she can conceal a firearm. I'm sorry. She has a chest that could hold something. And don't even fucking tell me she can't hide a gun somewhere in that swan. Okay, thank fucking God. Unless until the precise location of where the witness is hidden the weapon to be shown, this is moot. I would like to inspect the witness, personally. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. They use the witness's own words on the matter. I'm not gonna. That's ridiculous. Only I was allowed to lift up her dress and I could prove it. Don't think about doing anything rash, Ryunosuke. That's a crime. Yeah, no, I don't trust the witness on this. It's just like saying, it's not my gun, I didn't shoot it. But I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun there that day. But we can't take her on her word. You're right about that, which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we need to pull her testimony apart. She hid it in her mouth. Genius. Alright. What about a cavity search? Alright. We can check. I don't know if she'll agree to that. If she won't agree to, fucking, I don't know. I arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered myself only beefsteak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and I got into a fierce argument. There was not long after the accused took the professor's gun, shot him before my very eyes. Do I have anything that goes against that? Nothing against that specifically. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. Alright. No, okay. I'm most interested in the last two.
Yes!
Like I said, I did not shoot that gun! And like I said, there's no point in repeating that assertion over and over again. Well, I wasn't expecting to be attacked on my own side. Nevertheless, defendant, you cannot deny that when the showering on the restaurant, you had a gun in your hand. Well, yes, that's true. But all I did was pick up the gun I saw on the floor next to the professor as I was leaving the restaurant. In fact, yes! There was someone much closer to the victim than me at the time. That highly suspicious lady. That will do, you dirty, rotten scoundrel. Dirty? The basis of these accusations could very well cause an international incident, boy. It seems to me that your accusations are just as baseless as ours. What nonsense. The lady is merely stating what she saw. Her mask just... I don't fucking trust this at all. And this is already an international incident as far as I'm concerned, anyway. Okay, I don't carry a gun myself. Ah, yes! Bullshit. It's all very well saying that, but can you prove it? Absolutely. I verified it personally. You verified it? Yes, immediately after the incident, I checked to make sure the lady was not carrying a weapon. I distinctly remember her saying, "I'm not." That's all you did? You just asked for her? Surely you carried out a physical search, Inspector? No. Yeah, piss off! What the fuck are you doing? Wait, or not? In honorable English gentlewoman, please stated that she did not possess a weapon. It was obviously no need any further probing to the matter. Or, there is no permission to give her any further probing into the matter, perhaps? Think what you will. But if you're going to continue with this preposterous claim that a refined lady was concealing a firearm, precaution demands that you support your assertion with facts. In other words, he wants evidence. Alright, I got anything that even remotely points at her having a gun. Single bullet was fired at close range, fatal hemorrhage from pectoral ballistic trauma, no exit wound. The lady wishes to point out that of course she wanted to stay and assist with the investigation, but she was in a hurry to give a presentation at the university, so she was compelled to leave. Oh, well, I'm so sorry! Not to mention the fact that your office had been told to get the woman out of there. Not get her out of there, I just urged her to leave. The lady would like to point out that she was in no way meant to run away from the scene of the crime, which is why she was only too happy to cooperate with the testify at the court today, of course. Unlike a certain student who refuses to admit when the game is up. You could at least have the courtesy to pay attention when I'm goading you. So she's maintaining that you got into an argument with the professor, at the end of which you shot him, which is out now, which is all the unfounded lie. Still, her statement is very compelling. After all, she's an elegant, fine, young, and beautiful young woman from Great Britain. Stark contrast to you, you dress from head to toe in a dull black school uniform. Just as the same you are, except you're flapping red ribbons. Well, anyway, this is our only chance to expose our testimony. I agree. Let's press the argument. Yeah, I know. Dude, I know. I've been doing that this entire time. Okay, I want to press statement 3.
Yes!
I never got into an argument with the professor. All I did was notice him was going over to say hello. Please don't get angry with me. No, I wasn't directing that retort at you. It was meant for the lady next to you. But anyway, as I said, I did not argue with the professor. I'm afraid your words are in vain. Sorry. Spread does not appear to speak Japanese. No, of course not. German is such a cumbersome language anyway. English is the future. We must all serve Supeku Ingurishu. Wait. Supiku? We must all speak English. The fuck? I wonder if the prosecution will feel that way forever, or just only the presence of a beautiful woman. Alright, to quote the greatest attorney, we must speak English. That beautiful woman is telling blatant lies to complete a straight face. Okay. Give me something. Anyway, it seems that after the argument, the accused briefly returned to his own seat. That part ties with what you said, doesn't it? Yeah, I still had some coffee to drink. And the next time you got up after that was when I had finished my coffee and set up to leave. Alright, let's press the other ones. After 2 p.m. in fact, a really quite late lunch, isn't it?
Objection!
Okay, a relevant point, Ryunosuke. You go with latest fashion bread, do you? Late lunches are edible, isn't that right? No! I mean, decisive English no has quite a sting to it. Bro, there's clearly a club soda at the table. What the fuck? I mean, you're right. The gentlewoman is clearly working in a victim research laboratory, it seems. So apparently a daily occurrence that they would lunch together. But on that day in question, the victim had another appointment in the clinic. Appointment first. Yes, which was a prison. Proof of a medical report was submitted by the evidence earlier. That's right. The spread and the victim went to lunch following a victim treatment, and that's why they were so late. Yes, that all makes perfect sense. What wonderful logic. What a shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman is. You both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next? Okay. You may be honest. That doesn't seem like a contradiction, though. But there is also some fucking soda. What up? Always unable to eat, you say. And that was because he just had a tooth removed at the Hana clinic, correct? That's right. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering. It's best right aware of that fact. It seems so, yes. She had heard it from the professor was to have some dental treatment. So that would mean that it was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett? That's right. Yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly how it was left after the horrifying events, exactly as it was left. But a harrowing experience. I've traveled a distance, on the far side of the world, to remember a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that subject you to this terrible plight. So the victim, Dr. Wilson, has nothing to eat or drink at all? That's right. Other than some carbonated water. Just water? Yes, the professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. So it appears that the diners toasted their lunches with a glass of water each. They each raised a glass of carbonated water. It's meaningful, because nothing fucking else is. It's very meaningful. That last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case! Well, how fascinating. Do tell us. What is this profound bearing? Fuck! The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness' last statement to be formally added to the testimony. Well sidestepped, counsel. Very well, Miss Brett. Kindly repeat what you just said to be added to your official testimony. Gladly, she said. That was brilliant, Cosmo. I'm going to remember that one. Which one? The significance will become apparent when the next time is right. You could really use that phrase. I hope there were some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Ryunosuke. I heard a bee sticking with the professor and it said, cheers over a glass of water. Okay. This is where... Can't see it in this picture. What about the other one? There's only one glass. It seems like such a moot point, but we're going for it because I got nothing else.
Yes!
That's it! Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with the photographic print. It just showed a while ago. You spoke of this print. Hold on. Hey, go away. And... just a short while ago, you spoke with this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. It was exactly as it was left, you say. This was some weird objection music. It's so calm. That is correct, the lady says. Well, that is, it's odd, very odd. Dear me, what's odd about the defense's inability to express itself? Ugh. Ryunosuke, what is it about the print that looks odd to you? Well, obviously, it's the cheers. The cheers? Miss Birch just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, then there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. You're quite right, counsel. There's only 1 glass picture here. Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over vigilance? No, but it proves that the scene was tampered with. What possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make on the case? Minute. Ah, fuck. Alright, pronunciate. How the fuck do you spell?
Minutiae.
Minutiae, you say. Could it be that the detective here removed a glass on the table to conceal this lady's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. I would just remove her from the scene in general. There should have been 2 glasses on the table. Or are you going to try and tell me you can clean with only 1? You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. Oh. Inspector, what did the lady say? You had seen that it was Miss Bright who took the glass from the table. What? It was also terrifying. Everything had happened. I panicked and thought I should try and hide the fact that I had been there at all, she's saying. Good gracious. Sorry. There, as I assured the group before, this is no consequence at all. Oh, please. We must remember that this student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion right before our eyes. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or two in a state of her disarray? That's not something you normally do. That's absurd. Oh, really? So do we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable, young, beautiful woman of mischief? What? No. This can't be put down to mischief. I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. Oh. It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying. So you're saying she had somewhere to put a gun, hypothetically speaking. Handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency. Small handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England. So the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she moved the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on this case. While true, it proves that she could carry a gun. Yeah! I want an inspection of that handbag. This student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end it comes down to nothing. No more pretentious accusations. You have wasted enough time already. Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation why she moved this glass. I think henceforth we can consider this matter to have no bearing on this case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement? Well, I don't know really. If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. So she took the glass away in her handbag. If there's a deeper significance, it's the handbag. Wait, that lady put the glass in her handbag, you say? Yes, do try and keep it up. It's already been explained by the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items. Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Britt stated the following. There was no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere how to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag, which could be perfectly possible to conceal a gun! You're right! Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too. What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard? It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce there must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will. You can't seriously be suggesting. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes. Did you or did you not search Miss Chanel's Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir. I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that I actually used to kill Professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag. Yeah. No! Order, order, order! What's the meaning of this, Inspector? What's the meaning of what, Prosecutor? Ouchie. Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show the contents at the time? Thanks to your bundling competence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations. Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real one behind the mask. Do you think so, Kazuma? Yeah, he seems fine. Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly you have no faith in the police. No shit. No shit, I have no faith in the police. You hid our existence. And now I'm on trial when you know full well I didn't do it. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting. Simply because it was unnecessary. Fuck. Unnecessary in what way? You know what? I gotta thank you, the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. This photographic print. So, are we just going to ignore that? Okay. This is a photograph of fellow recruit taken immediately after the shooting. You can see it's clearly shown Mr. Brett's handbag. Well, I never. You can see right through what's inside. That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are a height of fashion in London at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly. So there was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruhodo-san. Oh, he's dead. Inspector Hosonaga-san, you will submit that printed evidence at once. Certainly, Your Excellency. Alright. I think you've had it long enough to cross-examine the witness counsel. Court has now been shown considerable evidence. Photograph print just submitted to the court record appears to have been no further significance. I am satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter. I must make my ruling. Indeed, there is only one logical conclusion. Pathetic rookie slumped over on the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime. No. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around, I'm in a worse situation from the start. Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way for the forced trial to continue. What? You mean this is it? I must say, you put up quite a fight for a rookie student. For the weaker meet and the stronger, while the strong eat. You are wasting your time. There is no way to defeat true justice. In fact, you can chew it onto your own head's heart's content from the inside of your cell. This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? And Kazuma. Ishima going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma? What? Is there really no chance now of turning things of the trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about the last photograph the detective produced that we can contest. Which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. Very well. I will now proceed immediately to the ruling. It seems that we will be able to report to the British government on time after all. That smug little... Ryunosuke Naruhodo, having considered all of the evidence placed before me, I hereby find you... Yes! Yes, I am! Wait, Your Excellency. Ryunosuke. I don't think you can rule on this case yet.
Objection!
This amateurishness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems that the trial is over, he must give his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom. Yes! Boy, fingerless gloves? What the fuck? Cool. Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As this photograph print is just submitted to have no further significance, there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter. And I must make my ruling. Now, that means if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail, I mean... then the ruling of this case at this time would be out of the question.
Objection!
That is a blatant straw clutching. Just look at this photographic print. It all shows the handbag the gentlewoman was carrying on the case in question. There can be no problem with this evidence. You better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke. It doesn't matter if I am or not. I'm dead either way. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. However, I feel as though we can glean new information from this handbag. Ha! My thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecutor is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes. Yes, I am desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which it doesn't seem right. I'd like to put my finger on it. Very well, I will grant the defense one final opportunity. What? Alright, time to fucking save. But be warned that if I am unsatisfied with your response here, the trial will be over to me. You gonna fucking bludgeon me with that thing? Do I make myself clear? Yes, Your Excellency. So I take another look at this photograph Inspector Hosonaga submitted before. You'll identify for the court where in this print we see significant detail which you have alluded to. Oh, excuse me.
Yes!
Look at this here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. This is very true. It looks almost like a burn of some description.
Objection!
Dear me, I was pondering what new hypho you would come out with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist. Clearly has nothing to do whatsoever with the magnificent lady's handbag. Yes, that is a burn mark. You're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed when he was performing the post-mortem examination. He was deemed unrelated to cause death, so he didn't make note of it in his report. What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim's suffering this burn, do we? No possibility of knowing either. The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. Well, the prosecutor points out, unless we have firm connection, the case can be shown. I cannot allow further time to be spent on the precise detail of this burn. Excuse me, Your Excellency. It seems Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with her dean and the other university staff. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now. Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you open any longer. I'm quite sure that Excellency was, but he was found ruling anyway. That's what you're thinking on this, Ryunosuke. Do you believe the burn has something to do with the case? To be honest, I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging, in the hopes that I might uncover something useful. Yes, you're right. I am. If we can just link that burn to the case, then we can do that. We might be able to price this shutting door back open again. Just give it up, Counsel. You can't possibly hope to do that. Indeed, I'm afraid that without evidence, I cannot allow you to pursue a little more what it is and a little more the conjecture. What if we had evidence? Evidence that was irrefutably linked to the burn on the victim's wrist in this case. Then you would be allowed? I would, yes. Tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. But as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was that the color drained from Miss Brett's face. Really? I had to find some link between the burn and the case. This is the moment of truth. I have a theory. Okay, because I'm noticing something here. They made it a point to say we don't have an autopsy report. We just have a post-mortem report, which means the body wasn't examined. So nothing said. I don't think the cause of death is gunshot. I think it's poison. My idea here is Wilson was already dead. Because here's where he got the burn. It's a hot plate. His hand was resting on the plate. But it left a burn because he wasn't moving. If you felt a burn, yo, Chris, I'm solving a mystery. Okay. Because if you were to put your hand on the hot plate, you'd take it off. But because he was already dead, he wouldn't. Which means the burn got left because he was already dead. I think I got this case figured out. All right. The evidence demonstrates. It is. I think it's this one. I want to make sure. Yeah, it's this one. Where is it?
Yes!
We got a fucking hot plate! Let's do this! Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked in time are recorded forevermore. Do hurry up, Rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further would be quite inexcusable. Actually, we may need to stay with us a little longer if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in the other photograph. How did the victim come to have an unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What? How?
Objection!
You can't fool with your little bluffs, boy. That's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What is it in this photograph that explains the reason for this victim's burn? It's right here.
Yes!
The beef steak? Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate? Ah! Ah! Your Excellency, are you alright? As you can see, there is an emblem on the plate. I would guess that's some sort of trademark for the La Carnival. Ah. Thank you, Marvin. This emblem on the plate. And the victim's burn are exactly the same shape. Ah! Ryunosuke, you're a genius. You're spot on. Which means the victim must have actually suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
Objection!
But even if that is the case, we can't know if that happened the day in question or not. It could have been the day before, or the day before that. It most likely happened some other related time. Well,
Objection!
Sadly, Prosecutor Ouchie, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks. Why? The outline of the burn is clear and discernible. If such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Osanaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly. But... I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. This is no metal burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. It's inconceivable the victim wouldn't have just let out a scream of pain by then. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter at La Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation. But you're a detective, not a waiter!
Yes!
There you have it, something isn't right here at all! As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. And yet Inspector Osanaga never heard the professor scream, not on that day, or any before it. That's right, and that strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor has carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day, that would be uncareless, I think, Counsel. And the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antique dealer, all of us would, without a question, have heard the scream, because he was dead the entire time. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Ouchie? Well, yes, I suppose. So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? I almost don't believe it. Ryunosuke, do you think... I do think. Can that really be true? I never dreamt we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap. There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the terrible burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson was already dead. No man could remain silent while spraying on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible, apart from in one particular situation. Counsel, are you suggesting Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead. Already dead? Streams are... Do they? I might fix that. Here. We'll disable that for now then. Thanks for the tip. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead. That's madness! Order, please! Counsel, explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot. That's right, absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous point by the rookie student. Clearly has no grasp of the facts. We didn't do an autopsy. We did a post-mortem. So you have no grasp of the facts. I beg your pardon? As soon as it became apparent that this victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, now we have to believe that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard. It's highly likely Miss Brett knows something about it. Incredible. What a beefy thunk. I certainly didn't anticipate this event. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, you'll have to cancel your lunch. Yeah, you'll have to. But Your Excellency, the justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I prepare to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. We're gonna hear her speak. What was that smile? Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help, especially if it helps relations between my country and yours. I knew it! Ah, Miss Brett, how fucking sus! You speak Japanese? Well, of course I do. I'm studying your country, after all. Right! Why are you speaking through an interpreter until now? My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. And as a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking your vulgar tones as much as possible. Fuck off! But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. But I can see I should lower myself to communicate with you all on your own level. Oh, well... You're the epitome of true English gentlewoman. We are truly honored by this, in this lavish consideration that you were so graciously afforded us. Piss off, you simp. Racism. Yeah. Well, back then, because this is 1800s, I think. Yeah, everyone fucking hated Japan. Yeah, everyone looked down on Japan. So, in that case, Miss Brett, I want to ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. So, we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. It's getting interesting, Ryunosuke. The victim's death. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burned his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem reports show no possible death besides the gunshot. If there's some other way for a man's life to be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. It's poison. It's poison. But of course, country's inferior investigative techniques probably won't pick it up on it anyways. You smug asshole! You know! Still lagging? I think it's on your end. I'm not seeing any I'm pretty sure it's your end. My stream shows no sign of lagging. They would have told me if it was. Most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in the Supreme Court history. Thank you. Easy does it. Alright. The only problem I have is proving poison. I do hope the last time I will have sullied my lips with the coarse tongues of your unbecoming tongue. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone. Not at all, not at all. It's a delight merely to see you speak, dear lady. It seems very clearly from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant. I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today. The Minister of Justice? May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen. Huh? Thanks? Was that a prayer then? Then you have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with the cross-examination now. I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. Sure, you don't need to remind you, counsel, that this will be a very last final cross-examination of this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness's testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately. That clear. All right, we're psyched. Yes, Your Excellency. You proceed with the cross-examination. It's poison, but I just don't know how to prove it. Fortunately, I have no idea where the poor man's burner is. I can't prove that. That's true. I'll show you. It's poison. Without leaving a trace. If someone is shot, or strangled, or stabbed, or thrown from a height, a person's life is taken, there are always telltale traces on the body. Quite right, dear lady. And our police force thoroughly examined the body of the deceased. There's no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosanage? As I've said, I aim for a flawless investigation. There would be physical traces of all those causes of death. That's true. But maybe there's some other way to killing someone that doesn't leave a mark. Poison, cough, cough. If, heaven forbid, you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone exactly how you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? Oh no, perish the thought, calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question. My honor, I, Takatsuchi Ochi, will cut down any who dare cast such aspirations. A way of killing someone that leaves no trace. We need some evidence to back us up here. Yes, evidence. Yeah, I don't have the evidence for it. That's the only problem right now. What do you mean by that? Inferior? What do you mean by that? Lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at the crime scene for later examination. In this country, you investigate once, and that's the end of it. Isn't that so? Right. The carnival is open for business as usual today, and just as days of other incidents. Exactly, which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. What? Doesn't even occur your naive detectives trying to pursue the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can, you understand. The fuck was that? Ah, killer blow. This lady is formidable. She is beautiful. Amazing. He's actually admitting that our police may be flawed. Perhaps Professor Ouchie is finally starting to see sense. Verify. I very much doubt that. Still, there's something about what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment before when something didn't seem quite right. What do you think, Greensky? I think it's going terribly. Much I press her, it's not showing up any new information. Yes, as I suspected. She's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony. When the cross-examination will be over. That would mean I have to find a way. There must be some clue somewhere to help us find the chink in her armor. Kazuma. What, Ryunosuke? There is one thing I noticed. Something has been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett? Actually, no. About the person standing next to her. Inspector Hosonaga. Detective? Yes. He seemed to be reacting a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant. It might be present opening, maybe. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing around that last statement one more time. If you think so, but this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective. Alright then, I wonder what Cosmo's was thinking. I'll find out soon enough, I suppose.
Yes!
Barrier? Okay. When this country missing a month, not so. Okay.
Wait.
Which means... Yeah. People are actually testifying. They're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find that they often let their guard down. You're right. Look at him. He lost his own thought. It's time to pursue that man and his train of thought. Sorry, pursue. We're gonna find him and cut him down. I'll explain how to do it for Ryunosuke. It's all to do with the man's witness marker. This case is going on for a fucking while. I need to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Oh god. Been holding it for like half an hour. BRB. Back. Alright, Giselle Brett, if that really is your real name, let's do this. Alright, please show me. Focus on Miss Brett, who the person actually making the current statement. By moving the marker left and right with A and D, you can turn your attention to other people in the stand. While you're looking at the other's witnesses, you may be able to pursue them with space. You can catch the person at just the right time. You can uncover some new information to pursue. You'll even notice a strange atmosphere amongst the people in the stand. Take a good look around. Alright. Yes.
Wait.
Excuse me.
Yeah! What's the meaning of this? Honestly, things aren't looking too good for us, or for him if it really is poison. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to shock you. I really was lost in thought. Deeply. Lucky you were just thinking something now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had just said? Is there something you'd like to say? Please, share with the court.
Objection!
What is the meaning of this? It's the delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find a fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately. Oh. Is that how it works? Absolutely not. Huh? Detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Yes, not to mention the fact he's intimately involved with the case. Inspector Osanaga. Yes? You have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett. Well, yes, if you do not mind. I like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain. Which is why I, Satori Hosonaga, always try to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from this scene of the crime and preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. Okay, so you're admitting to a huge crime scene thief? Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. Take this for example. Is that? It's a bottle of carbonated water that I took from the victim's table on the day in question. And yes, it lost all its fizz, having been open 3 days from now. But it was carbonated water, I don't care what anyone says. Yes, there's some left in the bottle. I can see it. One day our police force will be among the best in the world. Time is coming, I guarantee it. Don't tell me you drank from that. I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will now accept the glass bottle as evidence. Miss Brett? Can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank from the day of the victim's death? Yes, it was that bottle. What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Very well, Counsel. You may resume the cross-examination. An inspection will be kindly control his fervor. Ahem. Alright, we need to, I need to look at this. Hey. It was written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Kazuma? I think it's French. This must be very expensive water. Yes, but what does it say? Like, that's what I was asking. You go to France and ask. You could just say that you don't know. Doesn't look like there's anything else on here. Maybe? This is carbonated water and the last drink that Dr. Wilson ever had. Looks like there's a little left in the bottle, although it's just plain water now. You know, I've been sweating so much. I was really parched. Why don't I sip at this to keep you on the going? No, Ryunosuke, you can't do that. For one thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence. Oh no, you're right. We don't want to be inside, do we? You never cease to amaze me, Ryunosuke. In more ways than one. I wonder, could there be anything in this water? What's the matter? You've gotten quiet all of a sudden. I think I just may work something out. An interesting possibility. Okay. Okay. I will show you right now. This bottle of water. Actually, there's one method of killing men without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison. Poison? On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was a poison inside? Yeah, this is the man who realized he just drank from poisoned water. Could it be the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? Order, order, order! And on that day, who was sitting in the same table as the professor and able to sip the poison into his drink? The only person who could have possibly done it. Giselle Brett, it was you!
I'll
This is outrageous. To suggest such a thing with scrap evidence. Rookie imbecile. You ever consider the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Forgotten that we only signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the vaguest inkling of what your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty? This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one's individual guilt with respect to one's crime. What? The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth. If I may. I will silence you forever with the disgraceful attack of the lovely young... It is you who should be silent. Of course. Dear lady! Where did that come from? She just snapped. I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies. Sorry, my lady. To what are you referring? I ascribed your police force as inferior, but no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector. Whether it contained poison or not? Of course. You did? Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation of every time. I don't believe it. Here's we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. And what did you find, Inspector? Here are the tests for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. It could find no trace poison or any description of the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. What? Are you sure? Tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. No. No! I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. I successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. Oh, but of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours. I was so sure. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned. Thank you, counsel. I think that cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution has asserted, the shot from the chest with his gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. If the court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this caused you, Miss Britt. Oh no, I'm just glad the matter is resolved. Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for a defense. Do you have anything further new evidence to present with this court at this point? Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. I have nothing more. Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving. Yeah, dude.
Hold it!
Who? Yo. Please wait. What is the meaning of this? Forgive my intruding on a court proceedings, Your Excellency. Sasutum Mikotoba, judicial assistant to the defense. Mikotoba. In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package, wrapped in a fur shoki cloth. Fuck! How long is this trial? Jesus Christ! Oh my god! Fuck off! What the fuck? It's so long! Well, I understand you are the judiciary assistant to the defense, so why the sudden ingress to my courtroom? Judicial assistant, and a woman no less. The rules state that females are not permitted in this court of law other than to testify. Yes, I fully understand that. I only asked for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I might send over to the defense. Ha! You're too late, little girl. The trial's already been concluded. 5 minutes? I will not allow a moment more. But, Your Excellency, I am most grateful. Who exactly are you? I'm sorry, there's no time. Please, simply accept this for now. What is it, a report about something? Written in English. It's Giselle Brett's research. Englishwoman's? After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. Went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical facility and borrowed this paper. Oh yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she? So does this research, whatever. Does this have something to do with the case? I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself. Oh, of course not. Special characteristics of cure and its effects on the human subjects. Interesting. Curar? What's that? I never heard of that word before. Time's up. The prosecution demands an immediate removal of the female trespasser from the courtroom. There was too little time for me to read it in the detail. But I summarized what I could on a note, and it's just inside the cover. If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eye over it. It's wonderful, thank you. Bill's report has been entered into the court record. Goodbye then, and good luck. You've had long enough, counsel. We cannot detain our English guest any longer. I asked the prosecution for in defense now one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present to this court? Give me a second. Poison made from strangers in South America. The hunters of the region have been incapacitated to prey. Instant paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death, even in a minute doses. The above-mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound, such as an infected by a blue-plate dart. Due to its ability to render the human body paralytic, it's believed that toxin can be efficacious as an anesthetic. However, the solution for respiratory arrest caused as a result of full body paralysis must be found first, or patients would die of suffocation. I resume not, but the prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency. Yunosuke, we're out of options here. This really is our very last chance. Yes, I know. Your Excellency, the defense doesn't have new evidence. That look. The unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett. Yes, Your Excellency. If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer. It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid it's not so very long to see so. I've been politely almost declined. Forgive me, Miss Brett. It seems I wasn't clear. I realized it was a phrase as a question. However, I must ask you to treat that as an order. I've said it many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense. My apologies, dear lady. And so, counsel, what is this doing that demands the court attention? Well, I wonder.
Yes!
Miss Giselle Brett. To understand what you were studying under Dr. Wilson at the University doing research. By sheer coincidence, perhaps. Into deadly a poison? What? Poison. Oh god, my throat. I'm gonna need to fill up on water soon. Excuse me. Where are you going with this, counsel? Toxin is curar, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death. What complete utter nonsense. Curar, you say? Never heard of it. You wouldn't have done. What do you mean? I mean, you wouldn't have heard of curar before for one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. Doesn't exist? Correct. Which means no matter what test you police can do for toxins, they never identify Curar. Why? Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison. Order, order, order! Order, 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 order. Muda, 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 muda. Council, does this deadly poison truly exist? According to this report authorized by the visiting research student from England, Curar has long been used by tribespeople of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists. To lace their arrows? The report states that it's produced from an extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle. It was first brought to Europe as a turn of the century by explorers. It claims that the animals shot by the arrow laced with Curar suffer instant death. Does it sum it up, Miss Brett?
Objection!
Trumpery. These aspirations are utter trumpery. To start with, if the victim had been administered some so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming and writhing in pain. In other words, diners would surely know it's instant death. That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector? Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. Or anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain. According to this, however, it's the other way around. What do you mean the other way? Oh, right, paralytic. The fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that Curar was used. Explain yourself, Counsel. The moment this toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they are in total agony, there would be no visible signs of pain at all. How terrible. Obviously, if a man loses all strength in his muscles, he'd collapse on the floor. But with a chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effects would go largely unnoticed. But I don't follow, Cosmo. If that's just paralysis, I thought the poison caused instant death. The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. Poison causes immediate paralysis, as said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe it causes the muscles that control respiration to fail. Respiration? In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And all while the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move. That's hideous. To the observer, it would look almost as if the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be in a living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly Curar poison. Yeah, we got her ass. And you're suggesting that this bottle, Counsel, actually contains this terrifying poison?
Objection!
This is all very convenient, isn't it? The hitherto unknown poison for which there is no means of testing. What a happy tale for the defense. If I may. All these facts. You think you're so clever, but you must be taught to manage. I like this girl. It is you. It is who must be taught. Of course. Dear lady! So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it? What? You steal another's honest hard work and then announce the results as if you discover them. I'm appalled. What a loathsome act. Well, Miss Brett, the feeling is mutual. Whatever do you mean? Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to free him for a heinous crime? That is really a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree?
Objection!
Enough of this. I, for one, refuse to accept it. The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in this great empire of Japan is breaking the rules. What's so funny? Excuse me, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett? May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please? Well, yes, I don't see, why not? Why would you ever give her the evidence? Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys. Fuck. Sorry. To an Englishwoman such as myself, this whole affair is a farce of comedy. Yeah, no, the poison's in the glass. That's why she took it. Your little police games and these foolish courtroom antics is laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Cheers. Wait, what? What are you doing? No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair. Goodness, whatever is the matter? You all look quite stunned. So, no cure. The bottle was clean. Is that what you're saying? You look quite incredulous, little boy, but of course. But that's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in this grand venue. Most kind. Urgh. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett? I should like to be excused now, please. I think I'll give more than enough of my time for the furtherness of friendship between our countries. Oh, yes, my dear. We are most gratified with all the assistance you have given. This doesn't make sense. There has to have been poison in that bottle. So how? How did she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale? I don't understand it. Well, I suppose if nothing else, this little Far Eastern charade will make for a good, interesting conversation at the next party I attended in London. There has to be been poison in the bottle, doesn't there? But there can't have been, because otherwise she would have keeled over dead. Come on, Ryunosuke, we have to think. All the clues now. The bottle of water contains no poison. As I thought, there is no poison in that bottle. What? Why are Ryunosuke? Isn't it obvious? If there were poison in there, she'd be dead by now. Sometimes your unaltered naivety really astounds me. But sometimes it's in need of a good staining. Until it's as dark as your uniform in the ways of the world. Oh, is that what this color is supposed to represent? There was a guy that's ending to promised line of inquiry council for which you'll be— What? This whole trial is poisoned. There has been poison in the bottle, doesn't there? There can't have been, because otherwise she would be killed over dead. Well, I guess it contains poison. Culprit did put Curry report in Dr. Watson carbonated water. The defense refused to change its position. You're serious? Yeah, no. I think it's the glass. I don't think it's the bottle. Fool, are you blind? There's no possible way that bottle could have contained poison. I mean, we just saw Spread drinking the water from it. That's right, which is rather complicates your argument, I think. I believe the complication can be explained. How exactly? I need to think through all the things I don't quite add up here, by one. I'm sure the answer will in evidence see the court record somewhere. It has to be. Very well. The defense truly doesn't intend to assert its claim. Then I must ask you to support your assertion with evidence. What explains how the witness was able to consume this supposed poison without water unscathed? Okay. Because he had a wound in his mouth! That's why! Still, fucking ballsy of her.
Yes!
The answer to this riddle is right here in Miss Brett's own research report. Because it's not by ingestion, it's by wound. That's what was fucking me up before. I didn't say it earlier, but I'm like, I mean, granted, I'm sure it's not great for you to drink, but as long as you don't have a wound, it won't go into your system. Excuse me. No. After all, we don't speak English. The reports are gibberish. It's impudent young scoundrels trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency. I'm not trying to ridicule anyone, honest. I'm just reading Cinder's notes. I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered in entirety by the court. You'll direct us to the pertinent section, Gun Counsel. Okay, fine. Special characteristics. What section report reveals the allegations to this? Special characteristics. We've been hearing a lot about this cure poison, and it's left me curious about something. Oh, Counsel? Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using poison for years and years to place their heads with their arrows that they shoot whatever prey they're hunting. So we've been led to believe, yes. And the point of the hunting is to catch prey to eat. Get to the point, please. But if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean there would be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters were going to eat? Yes, good point. So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because then it would be like eating poison. Good gracious, Counsel, no. That would be madness. But I actually found the answer to that conundrum in this first paper here. On a special characteristic, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering a body through a wound. Through a wound, you say? I see. That would make sense. Yes, that mention of the particular just seemed a little strange to me, though. But it all makes sense when you interpret it written like this. When Kura enters the body through an open wound, it is terrifying poisonous effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever. What? Miss Brett, you authored this research. You knew Kura's special characteristics, and you knew that you could make a spectacle of drinking that water without any danger to yourself. You meddling little rapscallion! Well, you know, Skate, turns out you're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Really? Me? A lawyer?
Objection!
All this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure, but I fail to see how this possibly. So, the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with, some facts he read in a book. But I'm afraid the knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly. What are you trying to say? Your schoolboyish logic is a fatal flaw. Schoolboyish? Flaw? As even though your brain has managed to deduce, Curares is safe to ingest. It seems likely its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of one's gastrosuccus. Oh yes, well, of course. Gastric suckers? What are they? So, if this poison completely harmless when drunk, the professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he? Ah. That's right. Good gracious! That's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand, no? Order, order, order in the court! Logic holds. If the lady and the professor drank the same poison, they would have been affected in the same way. Are you trying to suggest? Yes, this cure poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial. That's right. Surely even a little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that. And it was at this moment she knew she had fucked up. What is this welling up inside me? I've never felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction that breaks down all the discrepancies. It's so intense, almost rage-like. And more than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey.
Objection!
weakest objection, I guess. Like, if you want. I don't want to intrude, but objection. I don't think so, Miss Giselle Brett! How dare you use that tone with me? You know very well that there is no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both you and the victim swallowed the same poison. You are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you. You must provide compelling evidence. As we now know, the poison is completely harmless when ingested. Why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by the Curar?
Take that!
As Ms. Britta so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there is a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners. Fatal difference? Toxic effect of cure only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So, for the healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But, what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water? Inside? Yes, like the wound you might have if you had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. Miss Brett, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you are well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. So that's it. You use that knowledge to orchestrate this. Is she laughing? I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly, I can't resist. The shouts that courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are also puerile. What? What do you mean? Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it. No! I mean, it could just slip. Bro. Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed. Well, I see no reason to prolong this trial. She is clearly innocent. We don't have any way to prove it. Like, it was clearly an accident. Ryunosuke, I'm sorry. You have to go to jail. No! What is it? What just happened? It's the Englishwoman. She just smashed that bottle in the Supreme Court. And what a terrible blunder. Oh, so what are you waiting for? Collect as much of the water of the broken bottle as possible at once. You're wasting your time. The delightful carpet under my feet was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you, it will soak up the water beautifully. You have neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it. How could you? You won't get away with this! You can thump the bench and shout as much as you like, little boy. But I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? If there really was poison in that bottle, or not. You. Let's not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution? Oh, of course, of course. Referring to this photographic print, I presume, dear lady. That's right. And really, looking at this photograph, it's clear as day, isn't it? Poor professor was just sitting with his back to me. So, of course, the only person who could have shot him from the front is this little schoolboy.
Objection!
No. You killed the victim that day using Curar. In order to frame Ryunosuke Norihara for the crime, you waited until he picked up the pistol you had arranged for him to find on the floor. Before you shot the professor's body in the chest with your own hidden gun. Then, and the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor in his chair around. You see, you had every opportunity to commit this crime. What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. Hidden gun, you say? I shot with the professor from the dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence. Exactly! And as you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution's stance remains unchanged. let's ignore the fact I totally just destroyed evidence right in front of you. And no one is at all trying to get me for destruction of evidence charges, which exist. The victim, John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Cleared in cold blood by the accused, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Oh, come on, Judge. This is unbelievable. How could this be happening? We had her, but now she's really gonna get away with this? The way she destroyed him was obscene. Ryunosuke, yes? We come this far, but now you're the only one who can finish it. What do you mean? We've lost a vital piece of evidence. It's true. So, if there are any clues left for us to use now, they must be in your head. In my head? You told me before that your powers of observation were the only thing that you could really depend on. Well, yes, that's true, but I didn't manage to notice the thing. This woman was a foreigner with a swan on her head. Maybe again now. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. What I saw, what I felt. Every color. Is Cosmo right? Somewhere in the vibrant memories of the same scene in my head. Could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer? Well, I hope to God there's a clue! Actually, Cosmo, I think that I might have something. Thinking back over everything I saw, I think I might want to cover another clue. You always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Ryunosuke? Come on then! Let's look at the smug smile out of the Englishwoman's face with some evidence! Alright, I can't wait! It's been niggling me. It's been what? It's been niggling me for a while. What the fuck does that mean, niggling? Causing slight but persistent annoyance. Alright. Feels I'm missing my memories of that day. Whatever it could be, the key is arriving at the truth about all this. It's here somewhere. The clue that shows Dr. Wilson's real killer must have been. Well, I fucking wonder! You're really gonna make me do this? Oh, gee, I wonder. Yeah, this fork isn't five-pronged. No, it's fucking blood.
Take that!
Inspector Hosonaga, answer me this. Yes, what is it? He's still miles away. Probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. As you said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder therefore, perhaps you took anything else over in the crime scene. Like for instance, the plate of the steak that you took to the victim's table that day.
Attention!
Wait a minute, where are you going with this? Where are you going with this, little boy? It's just a memory that has been troubling me. What memory? I saw a scene which showed the photographic print with my own eyes that day. And I saw on that wooden base of the plate that the steak was served on. There was a splatter of blood. What? Oh, really? And what of it? Obviously that must have happened when you shot the professor. No, that can't be the case. Take a good look at the photograph and the relative position of everything else. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from front, there's no way the blood of the victim would end up directly behind him. Ah. Yes. For blood to have made onto the plate, it implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter, which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor, as you were. Giselle Brett. I beg your pardon?
Attention!
Yes, this is beyond ridiculous. Fabricated nonsense. The court is seriously expected to believe that something the accused has apparently just remembered seeing. This could be the moment my entire career in the police force has been leading to. Inspector, you mean? Yes, I took the plate in interest in preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. I took it, meat and all. I don't care they call me a crime thief because of it. You did what? I took the steak that you had been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak that the sergeant had been eating. I did it all in the name of justice. Then we can find out for sure whether or not there was a bloodstain on Miss Brett's plate. We must examine it now. Inspector, the court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately. Yes, sir! Sorry for the delay. Here's what you ordered. The steak. Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it? Of course there isn't. Quickly, Inspector. The blood, man! Show the court! Of course. Examine the plate at your leisure. What? No blood. No blood anywhere. But no, that's impossible! How fucking long is this trial gonna go on for? Oh, there wasn't blood on the trial, but underneath the plate. On the table behind the professor. There's blood on the side of the plate. What an unbecoming expression, little boy. You see, this is why I always say you can't trust what the Japanese tell you. Ah. I couldn't agree more. In the case of this disgrace to the Empire, I believe we may have finally reached a conclusion in this trial. Let's hope so. Let's pretend attempt at court proceedings is painful to watch. But I do promise to do my best to forget all about what happened when it's over. Ha! The sorry-looking steak reveals the facts all too clearly. If the sorry-looking accused wishes to examine it again, be my guest. I will do that. Thank you very much. Give me a second. What? Huh? What in the world is this? I think it's a Koban coin and the hallmark from the Hoyer era, I believe. No, I don't know what. I don't know what it is. I mean, what's it doing there? Wait, did you say it was a Hoey in Koban? Yes, and apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. This isn't the first time there's been a talk about Hoey in Koban. I've heard the pearls before swine, but I never heard of bullion before bullion. I don't think you ever will again. This is extraordinary, though. This means... I need to go to the bathroom again. Fuck off. How long is this trial? Oh my god. Gotta be honest, I figured this trial would be over, at the 2-hour mark. because I feel like we've established guilt. At least probable cause. Oh my god. Ryunosuke, it's not over yet. Not until the final gavel. Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward no matter what. Believe in myself? Really? Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself. I did. The evidence requested by the defense has not been shown problematic in any way. I presume any further examination of the evidence would try to be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objection? That bloodstain was going to clinch the trial for me. Can this play a stake really reveal any other clues at all? There is another clue. Your Excellency, please wait. This plate of beef is hiding another clue. There's another clue that reveals a shocking truth. I don't know what the coins implies, though. The only thing shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beef steak. Your Excellency, I think I made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial. I'm sorry, Miss Brett, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled. I see. As an newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, isn't it? Thank you, Your Excellency. Counsel for the defense, you will now clearly show the court to what you are alluding. Where precisely on the beefsteak is this new evidence to be found? Yeah. Yeah, we went through this. Yeah, we said this before.
Got it!
Yeah. A Koban? What on earth? A Hawaiian one at that. Miss Brett, this is in fact the beefsteak that you ordered at the restaurant on the day of the question, is it? Tell me, why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat? What a ridiculous question. How should I know? I've never seen a thing before in my life. I don't know what it is, but I want no part of it. Feel as if this is relevant. A coin under the meat? It seems like something careless mistake by a chef at the moment of distraction. Don't be absurd. We supposed to believe that this happened by accident in the kitchen? A rare Hoi Koban just happened to be hidden underneath a piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll rip up my ticket to Great Britain right now. He's right, it can't be a coincidence. Your Excellency. Yes, Counsel? A rare Hoi Koban just happened to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. It turns out to be irrelevant to this case. I'll give my lawyer a job right now. By all means, don't let us stop you. No one invited you anyways. Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it is you who is irrelevant. Even though I'm the one on trial here. The point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of the coin if we can explain what's doing under that steak. The owner... Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person it can belong to. The owner of the Koban was found underneath the steak is...
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be the antique dealer and owner of Rasute, Kyoryo Korokuta-san. As in Mr. Cucumber or something? Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese are quite unfathomable. Ah, yes. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct? Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying that he was up to something with his Koban coin when it happened. At exactly the moment when the gun fired. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy at the floor. Far too busy on the floor. Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Indeed! The Horario Koban, my prized coin! Then this Horario Koban is... Do you mean to tell me...
Objection!
No. Please, why would the Korakuta-san's Koban be sandwiched in between the victim's beefsteak and his plate? It makes no sense! Which is why I'm asking to bring Korakuta-san back to the witness stand so we can ask him. Officer! Bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here. Without a moment's delay. I can't believe we come back around to the pair again. But I have a hunch, a strong hunch, that if we chase down the real significance of this Koban, we'll find the key element to this case. What's this all about? Why have I been called up again? Do you not realize it's dinner time with little baby Ido? When my son's belly's empty, he's fiercer than a pack of wolves. Supported by the police, we were, like miserable dogs, be forced to bear false witness. And when cast from this courtroom, I became a ruined man in a trice, a worthless, withered antique. Nothing more have I to say. The sun has set on this resuscitation shop owner's existence. Be that as it may, Korakuta-san, something has come to light that requires your clarification. As far as your Razutai memory serves, yes, that's it. That's the one, the very one. That's the exact one that it is. The resplendoriferous Hoei treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace that fateful day. Can't be. As I thought. Young man, enlighten me, this discovered old fool. Please put me out of my misery. Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped? Oh, I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere. We found your coin sandwiched between a beefsteak and its plate, soaking in the seasoned meat juices. Sandwiched? Soaking? Seriously? Clearly, it couldn't have been fallen there by accident, which means somebody else must have hidden it there on purpose. Somebody concealed my Hoei treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate? Who would do such a thing? What an unconscionable thing. Does no one care? Excuse me. Could I say something? Yes, of course. Proceed, Inspector Hosanaga. I mentioned this earlier on trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case. Ah, yes, that's right. The secret undercover operation. The Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similar executed thefts targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of such incidents have been reported to the police bureau. Wicked crimes indeed. One wants to nip this case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. That's why you were sent in undercover, is it? Yes, I took the job of waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. Seems likely that this Koban incident is the work of the same thief. So unbeknownst to us, there's a master thief at the work at the restaurant on a regular basis. The place is already at the scene of crimes already. I know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hid the Korakuta-san Koban is all too clear. What? What? I think the court would like to hear the defense's view on this matter. Tell us, who's the despicable scoundrel who stole the Korakuta steak? I think the two steaks got switched, so it's going to be him. Yasanosa.
Take that!
Obviously. It can only be you. Sergeant Yasanosa! What? How? How dare you? You monster! Monster? I stole that Koban, did I? I'm the master thief of the Carnival, am I? I'm out of water. You're seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet? But it wasn't me! It was Ido! Ido was the master thief behind this! What? The fuck is going on? I need more shitty Pepsi. I don't think anyone's buying that. You would push the blame for your crimes onto your own son, your innocent little baby. It was you as the monster, Sergeant Nosa. Excuse me. I didn't even open my soda. You. Clippity cloppity, clippity clop, clippity clop, clippity clop, clippity clop, clippity clop. Oh, he dead. The Ponipodal Army, Sergeant Ayesa Nosa. Preparing to stand in the Supreme Court, sir. Do any of you know of the extraordinarily low wages that Nippon Imperial Army pays those who expects to keep our country safe? I understand the temporary increase in taxation owing to a recently ended conflicts maintaining peace. And I've heard it's hard for low-working soldiers to make a living, yes. All I want was to put a hot meal on the table for my son. While you're stealing things at the restaurant? The place was heaving with money. Every 3 days, I'd go there and do reconnaissance for a target. I enjoy shopping my way through a good steak at the same time. I feel like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork even, which is worryingly believable. Your target that day was an old man in his Koban, right? Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket without trouble at all. A veritable phantom thief you are. I was all set to leave the steak halfway through, devouring when it happened. Yes, when the professor was shot, I knew that if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. Ido too. So I hid the incriminator as fast as I could. On the double. Slipped it under the steak. Hoping that I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date. Surprised that old man's not going for the blood. This is ridiculous. Yeah, this is fucking stupid. Perhaps you can carry on with your own absurd prattling in your own time. Oh, Miss Pratt. Of course, dear lady, of course. How rude of us. I'm quite sure there's no need to detain yourself any longer at all. May the esteemed gentlewoman please be excused, Your Excellency. Indeed. Theft of the Koban was clearly perpetrated by this baby-saddled sergeant. It would clearly appear to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder. Of course it is. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. Nonsense, is it? Well... Oof. As for picking up your steak and biting into it without a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Very well. Now that all the questions concerning this witness's testimony have been answered, I see no further justification for detaining her. Miss Brett, you are free to leave. Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. And good day. I love this face. It's just like, what the fuck is this shit? You know, see, what's the matter with you? It's not that we're daydreaming. Oh, no, it's just... Something about Miss Brett's parting words there got me thinking. I can't quite work out what exactly. What'd she say? Good luck, everyone. Something just jarred at me. I feel like there was a contradiction in there somewhere. Something didn't quite add up. Let's go a little bit further back. Don't stand there thinking, make your voice heard. Sorry? You can't think of it later, but if you don't call out now, it'll be too late. Trial will be over.
Hold it!
Is there no way for me to full screen this game? Oh, fun. Yeah, okay, well. There is a way I can get it, it's just annoying. Okay. We're gonna do some how do I move it? I don't think I can. We're almost done, so. Hopefully, I think. I don't fucking know. We're reaching the 4-hour mark. Wait, Miss Brett. What is it now? I'm afraid, just one last time. There's something I'd like to ask you. You've said this for a while now, fucker. I'd like to explain the contradiction in your parting words just a few moments ago. What are you talking about? What contradiction?
Attention!
What new student nonsense is this? Well, what parting words are you talking about, Renosuke? Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? Sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. No. And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife or fork, total nonsense, pure madness. Yeah, it's that second one. She said it right there, exposed an undeniable contradiction. I have a couple things to look at. Those do look like they were bitten out of.
Take that!
Photographic print of the scene taken immediately after the incident occurred? Interesting is the plate of steak you can see at the victim's table. Steak that Miss Brett had been eating before the professor was killed. Yes, go on. More accurately, Your Excellency. Steak was on the victim's table. Did we just spend like fucking 20 minutes just say, yeah, by the way, the steaks were switched? Oh my god. Oh, fuck this trial. The steak was on the other victim just before the professor was killed. Oh, you're splitting hairs. Not true. Doesn't something about this steak strike you as unnatural? Unnatural? What do you mean? It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. Do you notice it too, Miss Brett? Noticed what exactly, Counsel? Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could ever contemplate picking up steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork. Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself. And take a good look at the steak, in particular, the edge where it's been eaten. As you can see, there is clearly defined barbaric teeth marks there. Ah! Looks like Miss Brett has realized something. So, if the witness says she wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife and fork, there shouldn't be a teeth marks in the steak at all. But what's your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was ravishly hungry. Yeah. Oh, whatever you say, dear lady. As I said, I must really be leaving now. Afternoon tea with Miss New Justice cannot possibly wait any longer. Of course, this will be all over in the blink of an eye. Rest assured, I'm about to put a rookie in his place. Fair enough. You're irritating little speckled samurai relic. Of course. Dear lady! What's the matter, Miss Brett? Will you ruffle your feathers? Clearly, the witness knows what this means. She realized the catastrophic implications of the teeth marks in the steak have had for her. Ryunosuke, do you know where they're going with this? Yes, now at last it all comes together. The mysterious teeth marks on the steak have been allegedly eaten with a cutlery. The reason why the bloodstains I saw somehow seem to have disappeared. The steaks were fucking switched. And most importantly, the evidence that proved once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day. I accept these teeth marks in the steak are a little unnatural, as you put it, Counsel. What exactly are you suggesting when you tell us this? Everything. I'm telling you everything. It all comes down to the fact that this guy doesn't like to use fucking silverware. Ugh. Everything? Yeah, everything. Ah! Yes, I believe that these barbaric teeth marks on the steak here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Okay, I should see this case before, but I didn't remember any of this. What the fuck? Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson. Fuck you! I want this trial to end! Just admit your guilt! Conclusive evidence. How many times have I heard that today? No fucking kidding! You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase, typical Japanese empty threats. How can you be so sure? Well, it's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court long ago. Ugh! Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet. Has it been? What? Just because it hasn't been shown you doesn't mean the evidence does not exist.
Objection!
This is absurd. The trial's run several hours already. And he says the evidence yet to be brought forth? I'm not kidding! There can't be. I don't believe you have it.
Objection!
I don't, but there's someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. And you'll never guess who it is. If that person is willing to submit the evidence I'm referring to, it will solve every remaining mystery about this case. My God, let me present. And very well, I have a feeling this will be my last request of the defense of this trial. You said that so many times. It's this fucker.
Take that!
The answer is obvious. The Inspector Hosonaga. What? I have it. You have been pursuing evidence this entire time! Why wouldn't it be you? Yes. You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? That's ridiculous. Cough, cough, cough. No, I'm not saying that. Oh my God. Everyone's attention has been focused on the steak with the teeth marks. But there's another steak we need to see! Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court the following. I enjoy chopping my way through a good steak! Yeah! And while he's been just stealing Karakuta's coin, he tells us that he slipped under the stake. Oh, I'm getting lightheaded! Ah! What is this, like, final boss music? You watch it, cadet. I'm your superior officer. Sergeant Nosa, can you confirm for me one thing? Was the stake that you put on the coin your stake? Attention! Affirmative, of course. I might be a soldier in the Imperial Nippon Army, but still. I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentle lady that she been handling her meal while hide something under it. In other words, the stake that the detective submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nosa's meal.
Objection!
But it makes no sense. That plate was taken from the victim's table.
Objection!
Yes, that gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor does she have any opportunity to steal the coin. Of course I didn't steal it. To even suggest that thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire. Well then, how do you explain this paradox? Surely not going to suggest that they started to switch the two stakes over. You did switch the plates. You did switch the plates? Well, after it happened, when I saw the civilian had been murdered in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. And as I said, I immediately threw my stake and hid the coin underneath it. Then when the waiter announced he was an undercover policeman, I thought I had it. If I decided to investigate myself and made that begin, I'd be getting my marching orders. So when the cadet here was arrested for taking out the kitchen, I seized my chance. With my military precision and timing, I switched my stake with the one on the foreign lady's table. What? You can't have. I never saw you do such a thing. It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you. And yes, so yes, I did what had to be done. Unbelievable! However, fear not, Prosecutor-san. What now? I swear on the brass buttons of my uniform, that is all I did, sir. All you did? That's plenty, Sergeant. I'm gonna go for another fucking piss. And this is gonna be an angry piss. Because I've been drinking so much. Because it's not alcohol. It's not getting rid of just everything. Swear to fucking God. It's like... This is goddamn filler. So if Sergeant Osa switched the plates over, it means he took Miss Brett's steak, the plate it was on, back to his own table. Yes, that follows. Yeah. Early in this trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but also the sergeant's. To preserve evidence, you had taken both. That's correct. Then please present it to the court now. I'm fucking starving. And if that plate was actually that victim's, he was the precise moment he was shot. Ooh.
Shut up!
What can that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat, it can't have the slightest bearing in this case. Don't underestimate the power of protein. It'll give me all the clues I need. No, you're not wriggling your way out of this one, lady. I beg your pardon? Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why the steak pan promised to prove such a problem for you, no? You're the one who decided it was a problem, not me. The reason the defense asked to see that plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing. Thinks he remembers. I'm not quite sure what I saw, Miss Brett. On the side of the plate was on the side of the table directly behind me, Dr. Wilson. There was a clear splattering of blood from the gunshot wound in the victim's chest. I believe the defendant's memory serves him well. And now we have evidence to prove it. The plate you were eating from, Miss Brett. Let us not prolong this any further. Fuck off! Inspector, will you show evidence to the court? Present the beef steak at the plate that was originally on the victim's plate at the time of the incident. Yes, sir! Sorry for keeping you. Here is the other steak in its plate. Please, feel free to examine it. This objecting theme is not as fun as as much as I thought it was. It's not as strong as the other ones. Bloodstain. It's clearly visible, look! Now this makes everything clear. The blood you can see on the side of the plate shows at the time of the moment when it was shot, he was facing the table with his back to me. But now she's gonna say, there's no proof the steak was on the table when he was shot. Maybe you picked up the steak, shot him there, and then put it back just to frame me. And then the show will go on for another 5 hours. Ah! It can't be. In fact, there's only one person who could have possibly shot Dr. Wilson from the front. And I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. That's right. Miss Giselle Brett. It's you! Die. Outdone by a Japanese? Me? By a Japanese schoolboy? No. 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 Oh, wow. Where are those other birds coming from? Get your ass back down here. You have GL to go to. Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. Most unbecoming behavior for an English gentlewoman. Forgive me. Well, Miss Brett, I think it's time you told the court what actually happened on that day. The truth this time. Gladly, Your Excellency. It was I who took the professor's life using Kurar. And as you surmise, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment with the extraction of one of his teeth in that morning. She planned to kill the professor, knowing that no trace of poison would be found in his water. And because the Kurar is unheard of in Japan. Yes. Of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I only need to see the professor takes one tiny sip of the water. It would all be over. And I would place the steak I had ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he had been dining alone. And then leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table. And that would be me, I suppose. Yes, you. Who else? Such a trifling matter, but the fact that you decided to come over and greet the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting in his chair so that he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point. So I concocted a plan on the spur of the moment. Planning to pin Dr. Watson's murder as an innocent man. What about the gun? You have to know the professor always carries a gun. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had a bottle of Carrara in my handbag, and my own pistol concealed under my skirt. Under your skirt? So I was right. There was 2 guns. Yes. And when I finished my coffee and got up to leave, that's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. A place where you were sure that I would notice. Everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as I intended. And then, just as you bent down to pick it up, that's when you shot the professor with your own gun. Even though at that point, he was already dead. Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared. Obviously, I assumed Naruhodo-san was the culprit and apprehended him, and he took him to the pantry and joined the kitchen and locked him inside. That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor in his chair around. Because, of course, you need to make it look like the defender had shot at Wilson for where he picked up the gun. So there you have it. That's the entirety of my misdemeanor. Your Excellency? Yes? I wonder. Might I speak with you in private later? I shall call you on you. Thank you. Good day then, everyone. Hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san. I want to get some information about her before going on. Like... she's 24. Okay. It seemed this trial has finally run its course. Fucking finally. I presume the prosecution is in agreement. This cannot be. Takasuchi does not lose. Not the likes of this rookie student. You better start getting used to tough opposition. Ah! Are you no scared, Naruhodo? Yes? This insult to the Aochi family name will never be forgotten. You become conceited with age, Council, but the old have to stand aside to make way for the new. It's the way of the world. You may never forget that. That is assault. I'm sorry, Kazuma, that's assault. 1,000 millennia may pass, and still, the Aochi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan. This trial in the Supreme Court of Japan will, I believe, go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. Despite being someone as the accused, you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, presented an excellent case. I thank you, Your Excellency. The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is a modern methodology. After all, it has only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world. The Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel sure that science will soon bring new methodology of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of the law awaits, but what it looks like, I cannot begin to imagine. That is for the young to pursue. Kazuma Asoji. Yes? After this trial, you are set to embark on the journey of the discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all that you can, absorb everything of the wider world that you are able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. I understand, Your Excellency. What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? Ah, never mind. As for you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Oh, yes? In you, I sense, how can I put it, unusual potential. I very much look forward to seeing how you carry that onwards. Thank you, Your Excellency! It is time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, not guilty. Cheers! We did it! This court is now adjourned. I can't believe it. I can't believe what's happened. I made it. I defended myself and made it through the horrendous trial. Ryunosuke, you finally pulled it off. Congratulations. Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kazuma. No, it was a pleasure to watch you at work. So you owe me an extra large sukiyaki at the plate for Yome University Street, don't forget. Good afternoon. All your hard work certainly paid off. Congratulations to the both of you for freeing Naruhodo-san's innocence. Ah, I trusted you were just a little assistant. You worked hard for that result too, you know. Oh no, I didn't do anything. Thank you so much! If we hadn't had that research report of Miss Brett's, I don't know how things would have turned out. Kind words, really deep for my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate. Your father? Ah yes, of course. You have my intruding in court proceedings, Your Excellency. Sasudo Mikitoba, judicial assistant to the defense. Speaking of Mikitoba, ah, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order. Hello. Naruhodo, you did an excellent job. Thank you, Professor. Oh no, it's I should be thanking you. After all, your efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend. Good friend? Oh yes, you mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson at Yume University, wasn't it? Yes, and that's right. Professor Mikitoba studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Presumably that's when you met Dr. Wilson? Exactly. In those days we worked together in the same hospital. Oh yes, you worked together? I never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time now. Besides, it's your turn, Asoji. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world in science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course, in law. Watch and learn, my boy. See what happens in the world's largest melting pot. I will. I'll learn all that I can. I swear on this, the spirit of the Asoji clan. You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you? Of course I am. Japanese man's katana is a soul. This blade shows me where I need to go. I like this man. I like this man. Never go anywhere without your sword. Cuts down anything that's in my way. Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes. That reminds me, what happened to that woman? To Giselle Brent, I mean. After all, she's guilty of murder. Ah yes, her. It's not easy to tell you this, but... What do you mean? Surely she's gonna face trial herself now. She's the true culprit, after all. She will be leaving Japan in the very near future. For Shanghai. What? Shanghai? Giselle Brent will not appear in court again in this country. I'm certain of that. What? But why not? It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. Inspector Hosonaga. It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch. I must congratulate. But what's all this about consular jurisdiction? Consular jurisdiction. We cannot try this particular foreigner for crimes here in Japan. We can't try her. And then who? Who's going to bring her to justice? A British consular court will hear her case. Somewhere far away, where our voices can't be heard. Why a consular court? Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past now that we've signed the friendship treaty. Yes, in normal circumstances, you're right. Then, so long as it's not a serious incident of highly political nature or respective governments, then they can't have a consular court just like that. Oh, can't they? Yes, she's a student, but it doesn't justify our government making secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. So Spirit can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan. I'm afraid for the young student. Today's trial was nothing more than a game after all along. There was never any danger of comeuppance for her. I don't believe it. The British Government Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Brett. They obviously taken this case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously. It's all going to change from now on. We can make it change. This is time of a great turmoil. This new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. One day, I have no doubt that the woman will receive judgment she deserves. Yes, change is coming. And we're the ones driving it. Well, I think it's enough serious for now. This evening calls for a celebratory drink. Professor. You're right. There's no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Ryunosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's start by having fun. In that case, might I suggest La Carnival? As the head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink. You're a detective, Hosonaga-san, aren't you? Let's not worry about the details for now. To La Carnival! Will you come with us, Professor? Of course. Carnival's food is second to none. My friend was murdered here 3 days ago. I'm gonna be nostalgic. I shall go and attend to the paperwork for Naruto-san's release. Oh yes, thank you. So Giselle Brett won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Kazuma. Yes, Ryunosuke? I just wanted to say thanks again. That's all. You really saved my skin today. I didn't do a thing. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? That defense was all your own work. Skills made a difference, though. One day, I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. I'm not so sure about that. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during that trial. I couldn't help but thinking maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me. What? Come on, be serious. If I helped you today, it was only at the very start of the trial. But you have a natural talent for it, being a defense lawyer. Oh no, not me. That'll let tense verbal combat. I never want to go to that ever again. I did what you told me to. That's all. Because I knew I could trust you. And that's the point. Sorry? What do you mean? That's the point. Listen, Ryunosuke. Do you know the most crucial weapon that any lawyer needs in order to win? Knowledge of the law? No. The ability to believe. To believe? To believe what? The defense lawyer has to fight for his client. He has to believe in them at all times. Like you believed in me when I said I didn't do it? I'm human just like you. I don't have supreme human ability to know the truth. But you have to make the choice what you want to believe and stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes in the courtroom you can really be backed into a corner. But being able to remain faithful to what you chose and believe in, even then, well, that's not something that anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. Believing in your client. Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with precious little real experience, but you never stop believing in me. Well, you face seemingly hopeless situations time and again, but you never stop looking for the truth. In the end, you found it through your own efforts and 4 hours of my time. And I believe you never because you never stopped believing in me. Thanks, Cosmo. There's something I want to ask you, actually, Ryunosuke. Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me. I'm serious. What is... Ah, you're still here, aren't you? Oh, Inspector Hosonaga. I've arranged some rickshaws for us. Let's go. Thank you. We'll be right there. Let's pick up this conversation again later. We should be able to celebrate right now. Your first court victory. And your study tour of Great Britain, don't forget. Ah yes, that too. My very first trial came to an end. Kazuma, Professor Mikotoba, Susato-san, who acted as my assistant, Inspector Hosonaga, who didn't really play much of a part, but still. It's because of the help and support of all these people that I managed to get through that trial. But more importantly, Cosmo hadn't yet managed to ask his favor of me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life. Game end. Alright. That is all I'm streaming today. Holy shit. That trial was long. I am still looking forward to this game. Like, it wasn't a bad trial. It just went on for way too long. Way too long for a first trial. Wow, 4.5 hours. But I'm excited to see where we go with this. I'm intrigued with the interpolitical threads that this game might pose. We're going to Britain. I did know about the first trial, but like knowing Giselle Brett's the culprit was, you don't even have to play the trial before and to know that. Yeah, I know the beginning of the second case, but that's it. Like maybe 10 minutes in. And I don't want to start it. Well, thanks for those who tuned in. I'll be sure to show up soon again to continue the great Ace Attorney. Until then,